Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Cabal of the Westford Knight, Templars at the Newport Tower, by David S. Brody. Narrated by Ryan Burke. Prologue. Many people discovered America before Columbus, but most of them had the good sense to keep quiet about it. Oscar Wilde. May 1399. Henry Sinclair brushed the sweat off his forehead with the sleeve of his tunic and swatted at a swarm of black flies buzzing around his beard. "It's a beautiful land for sure, but the insects are enough to make a man mad." His wealth, his nobility, his titles, nature cared not a damn for any of them. Not here in this new world and not at home in Scotland. The pests were just as happy to alight on the neck of a prince as on a stable boy. It was a good lesson. His companion grunted a response. "Curse the fool who dragged us across the ocean, I say. We should be home hunting boar, not dragging our old bones up this hill." He spat. "If God had meant for us to walk, he would not have given us horses, I wager." Sinclair laughed. James Gunn would never question him in front of the men, but with the others out of earshot behind them on the trail, his old friend would call him a fool without fear of retribution. "What's wrong, Gunn? Getting too old for a bit of adventure? Should I send you home to sit by the fire? You can gossip with the women." Gunn straightened in response. His usually pale face was pink from exertion, and his thick chest heaved beneath his chain-mail armor. Grinning, he rested his meaty hand on the pommel of his battle-sword. "Not too old to teach a whelp like you a lesson." Sinclair towered over his lieutenant by almost a full head, but Gunn was as thick as an oak tree and nearly as hard as one. For almost 50 years, since they were old enough to walk, they had wrestled and jousted, sometimes for fun or in anger, sometimes side by side on the battlefield. Laughing, he raised a hand. "Easy, old friend. Save your strength for when the natives come attacking." Following a route his mother's Viking ancestors had mapped across the North Atlantic, his party, 220 sailors and craftsmen spread over 12 boats, made land in a place he christened Nova Scotia, after the homeland of his father's people. Native legend here told of a tall, yellow-haired god appearing from the east on a one-winged canoe. Fortunately for Sinclair, he arrived with his sail billowing. The natives who called themselves Micmac were not convinced that he was a god, but neither were they certain otherwise. They allowed him and his men to explore for the summer and encamp over winter. When spring arrived, most of his party returned to Scotland, but he and 23 of his men, including Gunn, remained to continue their exploration, and hopefully complete their mission. Gunn grunted and used his sword to hack his way along the trail, his eyes peering into the woods for hostile natives. Sinclair couldn't resist. "Gunn, ahead there! Is that a native? With bow and arrow?" Crouching, Gunn squinted for a few seconds before Sinclair guffawed and slapped him on the back. "Ha ha! A mere jest, my friend! Having a bit of fun at your expense." Gunn shook his sword an inch from his nose. "Your ancestors rutted with donkeys. Just look at their line." Pushing the tip away, Sinclair leaned back and laughed. He and Gunn were second cousins. "Yes, I'm looking at it now. An ugly lot for sure." They waited for the rest of the men to join them and resumed climbing, single file behind Gunn. He set a brisk pace which Sinclair easily matched. It was good to be on the move again after a winter of inactivity. They had left Nova Scotia a week ago and sailed southwest, their galley pushed by a gale from the northeast. On the 5th day they spotted land and took shelter at the mouth of a river. When the storm abated, they spotted smoke rising from a distant hill. Their Micmac guide, Gitpu, believed the hill marked the land of the Pennacook, a tribe friendly with the Micmac that occupied the land just to the northwest of the coastal Massachusetts tribe. The hill was the highest in the region and as good a place as any to explore. They rode inland, following the river and a tributary to the base of the rise. He took Gunn and 5 men as well as Gitpu, a lean, leather-skinned man with an uncanny ability to move silently through the woods, to climb the hill and determine whether the land might be a suitable settlement site. He left the other men to guard the galley and its priceless cargo. They neared the top of the hill. Gitbu explained this land was called Nashoba, meaning hill that shakes. Sinclair had not shared this information with the men. They were already skittish at being so far inland in unknown territory. They didn't need the added worry of shaking hills. "Why come we so far inland, my lord?" Gunn asked. With the men within earshot, he now addressed Sinclair in a manner befitting his status as Prince of Orkney and Earl of Rosslyn. Gunn asked the question on behalf of the men, who did not dare question their leader directly. Sinclair spoke so all could hear. "If we aim to make a settlement, we need to be able to defend ourselves, both from the natives and perhaps someday from those at home who might do us harm. It is an unexplored world, this land, but it is only a matter of time before others discover it as we have. God willing, by then, we will have laid a solid claim to it by building villages and fortifications." He allowed his words to sink in. Others would lust after the natural riches of this new world: timber to build boats, fur and fish to trade, lands to clear and farm, and the Pope would surely send men in search of the treasures he carried. "To properly defend ourselves, our settlement best be inland, and it is best on a high hill." Gunn kicked at the dirt. "Then this might not be a bad spot. Plenty of fresh water and game, a river to take us to the ocean, and power a mill, and already the flowers are blooming." The rivers and lakes were still frozen in Nova Scotia. "Hopefully the natives are friends." A muffled cough escaped Gunn's mouth, interrupting his words. Sinclair chuckled. "What's wrong, Gunn? Did you swallow an insect?" But even as he spoke, his instincts told him something was wrong. Gunn turned wide-eyed toward Sinclair, reached up slowly, and closed his thick hand on the shaft of an arrow protruding from the side of his neck. "Curse it!" he sputtered, dropping to a knee. "Get down, man!" Sinclair bellowed, as another arrow hissed by his ear, thudding into a tree. He wrapped an arm around his friend's side and dragged him quickly behind a thick oak on the side of the trail. "James, do not pull out the arrow. Easy now." He gently moved Gunn's hand away. Blood spurted from the wound. Only the arrowhead itself kept the blood from escaping in a torrent. A pit formed in his gut and spread as an anvil on his chest. He had seen many similar wounds. All had been fatal. He took a deep breath, resting a hand on Gunn's shoulder, and called to Gitpu. "Tell them we come in peace! Tell them your chief, their ally, guaranteed us safe passage!" The guide had already begun yelling into the woods, the low murmur of the natives conversing with each other, debating their response, cascading down the hill. Sinclair took another deep breath and fought to control his emotions. Gunn would die. It was just a question of how quickly. Only God could help him now. He said a quick prayer to the Virgin Mother. "Stay down, man," he whispered. "We will wait to hear what the natives offer by the way of explanation." "I pray you release us to pursue the savages, my lord," one of his men implored. "Easy now. Remember, we are in their lands." And vastly outnumbered. A few seconds passed, then a resonant voice from deep in the woods called out a lengthy response. Gitpu translated, his English surprisingly good. "He say any friend of Micmac chief is welcome on this land. He say he regret arrow in your man's neck. And he say if your man dead, you may bury him on this hill, and they will honor his spirit." He exhaled. At least Gunn would be today's only casualty. Coughing, Gunn spit out a mouthful of blood and shook his head. "I can taste the blood, Henry. It pours down my throat." He forced a bloody smile. "If only it were ale." He reached for Sinclair's hand. "Take care of the little ones, won't you?" "Of course, old friend." Leaning closer, he smiled. "This is a sign from God, James. I am sure of it. This is the spot God has chosen for us. We will bury you here, on this hill that shakes, next to this mighty oak, and you will be our sentry in this new land. You will guard it for us, for the true soldiers of God, even as the world around you shakes with turmoil and evil." He smiled again rested a hand on Gunn's shoulder. His eyes moistened. "And a better sentry Christ himself could not have chosen." He kissed his friend on the cheek.
"You can depend on me, Henry," he whispered, "in this world and in the next."
His eyes fluttering, he squeezed Sinclair's hand.
"God be with you, Henry."
Sinclair bowed his head and crossed himself. Studying the rough map Gitpu had drawn on a scrap of sailcloth, Sinclair turned away from the men and tried to blink his eyes dry. He would warn Gunn later, once they were back in camp and safe. Taking a deep breath, he refocused on the map. They were about 3/4 of the way up the hill. He had hoped to reach the top and leave a marker in stone at its peak, but Gunn's death changed that. He checked the sun, noting its position in the southwestern sky. Perhaps 4 hours of daylight left. They were a 2-hour march back to camp. He would not ask his men to spend the night in these woods. Just ahead, to the left of the trail, lay an outcropping of rock blown clean of leaves and dirt and pine needles by the summer wind. He examined it and returned to the men gathered around Gunn's body, now wrapped in a brown blanket. "We will bury Sir James just ahead, up the trail a bit." He motioned to 4 of the larger men. "Carry him, then." He led the way, already feeling a bit naked without James alongside. Who would he confide in? Who could he trust to do the right thing? Most of all, who would he laugh with after a long day in the field? He sighed and rubbed his tunic roughly over his eyes. In many ways, it was a miracle either of them was still alive after decades on battlefields. They reached the site, and he motioned to Murdoch, the armorist. "You have your tools, do you not?" Murdoch, a tall, lean, quiet man with a red beard and sad blue eyes, nodded. "I do, but I brought a single punch, and my mallet." "That will have to do." As the men took turns digging a grave, Sinclair huddled with Murdoch over the rock ledge. Unfortunately, his 2 expert stonemasons, along with the other artisans in his expedition, were back at camp, guarding the ship. He had taken fighting men with him to explore the hillside. Normally Murdoch repaired their fighting armor and other weaponry, but he also had experience working with stone. He had been studying the outcrop and pointed out its natural grains and striations to his lord. "I will carve his sword here, using the features of the rock." Sinclair checked his compass and pointed. "The sword must point north. It will be a signpost for those that follow us to this land." The armorist nodded. "It shall. The lines in the rock run north and south." "Good." The armorist set to work. Holding an iron-tipped punch at a steep angle to the bedrock, he raised a heavy mallet and pounded the punch, his aim strong and true. A chip flew from the ledge, leaving a pea-sized indentation in the stone. He examined the punch and looked up to Sinclair. "The rock is hard as any in Scotland." "Will you be able to finish the effigy?" Murdoch studied the punch a second time. "I believe I shall, but as the punch dulls, the marks will become faint. The sword is the most important thing. Complete that first, then turn to the effigy and shield." No knight should be buried without a sword marking his grave, especially a warrior like Gunn. Were they back in Scotland, he would have commissioned a full carving, life-size, of his comrade. But here in the wilderness this would have to do. Gunn would understand. He knew what was at stake. "Murdoch, I want to be certain you understand." The artisan looked up, his blue eyes on Sinclair's. Sinclair lowered his voice. "This is a memorial to Sir James, but it is also much, much more. His effigy and his shield are of small matter. But it is crucial that the sword markings be clear. It is crucial that no one doubt that this is the sword of a Templar knight." Chapter 1. September. Present day. Legend is more historical than fact, because fact tells us about one man, but legend tells us about 1,000,000 men. Cameron Thorne read the words on a promotional flyer taped to the library's book return box, reflecting on them as he jogged up the granite stairs of the yellow brick building. Not bad. A history professor once told him that the historical record was often no more than the product of a single scribe's take on events, shaped by his or her experiences and values. and often slanted by a particular agenda, but the memories of an entire culture created legend. He darted ahead of a mother and a young daughter to hold the library's mahogany door. A pair of blue eyes peered up at him from underneath a pink hooded Red Sox sweatshirt. "Are you coming to hear the story about Prince Henry, too?" the girl asked. He smiled. No. I'm just here to return some books." "You should come listen. People think Christopher Columbus discovered Westford, but it was really Prince Henry." "Discovered America," the girl's mother corrected. "Westford is just one town in our big country. He discovered America. Or didn't." Cam cocked his head. "So did he or didn't he?" The mother shrugged, smiling one of those smiles meant to be friendly but not flirtatious. As a single guy in a town full of soccer moms, he knew the difference. "Apparently not. I'll know more in an hour." She pointed to another copy of the same legend flyer, this one hanging in the foyer. That afternoon, a local storyteller was presenting Prince Henry and the Westford Knight, the tale of a Scottish expedition exploring the hills of Westford, Massachusetts in 1398. As the girl skipped ahead, the mother turned and smiled again. "I could go either way on Columbus, but they're going to have a fight on their hands if they try to debunk Santa Claus." "Enjoy," he laughed. In addition to returning books, he needed to research some old land records for a client who wanted to put some property into a conservation trust. Not as earth-shattering as a legend that debunked Columbus's accomplishments, but Cam enjoyed traveling back through the centuries, tracking the history of New England settlers through yellowed maps and feather pen-written deeds, which is why he became a real estate lawyer in the first place. He strolled into the library's reference section, breathing in the air of a century's worth of leather bindings and worn cloth and dust and furniture polish. A librarian helped him find old maps and spread them on one of the oak tables in the center of the high-ceilinged public room. As he studied them, activity at an adjacent table drew his attention. An elderly couple was sitting opposite a burly, orange-haired man with large hands and nicotine-stained fingers. The man shoved a document across the table at the couple, the words "Quitclaim Deed" in large type across the top. An odd place for a real estate closing, but not unheard of. But something about the elderly couple's body language didn't seem right. Most real estate closings were boring affairs, a stack of papers pushed back and forth across the table. Occasionally the parties argued over a stain on the carpet, or the lawyers tried to justify their fee by haggling over the language of some document that would never see the outside of a file cabinet again. But in his 11 years of practice, he had never seen anyone recoil in fear. "Just sign at the bottom." The Scottish accent surprised him, but not as much as the menacing tone. "Emily and I have no interest in selling." With his bug eyes and oversized blue cardigan, the man reminded him of Don Knotts in the old Andy Griffith shows. His wife, a thick woman with a round, sunburnt face wearing a floral house dress, nodded in agreement. "We have an accord, Mr. Gendron," the Scotsman snarled, lifting his bulk from his seat. "You'd be wise to honor it." A few other patrons glanced over at the outburst. Mrs. Gendron raised her chin but kept her voice low. "We never agreed to sell, Mr. McClovick." McClovick slapped his thigh, the sleeve of his white dress shirt protruding from beneath a frayed blue blazer. "Of course you did. Why else would we be sitting here today?" "We came because you said you had important business to discuss with us," Mr. Gendron responded. "Exactly." McClovick's face reddened. "Now I will not be asking you a third time." Still standing, he shoved the document further across the table, grabbing Mr. Gendron by the wrist as he did so. "I'm paying you more than a fair price. Now sign the bloody deed." Cam took a deep breath, stood, and turned slowly toward the trio. "I couldn't help overhearing. I'm a lawyer. Can I be of any help here?" He smiled at the older couple, then turned to meet McClovick's hostile stare while balancing on the balls of his feet with his arms loose by his side. He had been sucker-punched in an elevator once by an angry landlord in an eviction case. Fortunately, an off-duty policeman witnessed the altercation, and Cam was never charged for pummeling the man. But one sucker punch was enough. "We're fine here. No need for your services," McClovick snarled. Mrs. Gendron spoke after a short pause. She, too, stared at McClovick. "Actually, I do think it's time we found ourselves a lawyer." An hour later, Cam left the library, the gendarmes having left safely while McCulloch stewed in his seat. Cam took the stairs 2 at a time, ignoring the pain in his knee still bruised and swollen from a rough skydiving landing over the weekend. It would loosen up eventually, though not as quickly as it did when he was in his 20s, or even in his early 30s. He checked his watch. Still time to race over to Wilmington to watch the Bruins training camp practice for an hour before his softball game. He jogged left into the library driveway toward his Harley, parked along a line of trees. One of the few good things about practicing law in the suburbs was he didn't have to worry about some lowlife carting his bike away. As he dug in his jacket pocket for his keys, a thick man stepped into his path from behind a tree. McCulloch. Averting his eyes, Cam changed his path to avoid the larger man. McCulloch moved with him, his arms folded across his chest. Cam adjusted his course a second time, again mirrored by the Scotsman. Okay, then. Stopping, Cam lowered his briefcase to the ground. "You want to dance, McCulloch?" The man was half a head taller and perhaps 60 pounds heavier.
"I grew up on the docks of Glasgow. It's not dancing I have in mind."
McCulloch unfolded his arms, freeing his fists.
"Where I come from, a man minds his own business."
"Then I suggest you go home. Around here, we don't bully our senior citizens." McCulloch took a step closer. Cam would rather not have been so close. In a fight, he would need to keep his distance and rely on speed. Plus, McCulloch smelled like he hadn't showered in a few days, but he couldn't back away. Tilting his head back, he met the man's glare. They were alone on the side of the building. If McCulloch was going to throw a punch, he would do so now. Instead, he leered and jerked a thumb toward the Harley.
"Nice bike. Next time you might want to put some air in the tires."
The words hit Cam in an acrid fog of stale cigarettes and coffee. The bastard had slashed his tires. "Next time you do something stupid, you might want to make sure there's no security camera around." He tilted his chin toward the device mounted on the side of the library. "I can see why a sharp guy like you left the docks." He stepped around the bully. "Maybe you should have tried the dancing thing." Cam met with the gendarmes a couple of days later at the senior center in Westford, where he provided free legal service a few days every month. "Let's start at the beginning, Mr. Gendron. Do you want to sell your house?" He was supposed to meet his mountain biking buddies in half an hour. They wouldn't wait, not with the September daylight fading. He settled back in his chair. He'd catch them on the trail if necessary. Marvin Gendron looked to his wife before answering.
No. We lived in that house since I returned from duty in Vietnam, in 1968. Paid $7,000 for it. A lot of money back then. We have no desire to sell it."
Cam set his pen down. It rolled toward the edge of the laminated banquet table. They were seated in metal folding chairs in a small room of what had originally been a colonial-style school. "Obviously, Mr. McCulloch believes otherwise." He hadn't told them about the encounter outside the library. No reason to alarm them further. Emily fumbled in a canvas tote bag, pulled out a single sheet of paper, and pushed it across the table, her hands marked by dirt caked under her fingernails and calluses on her palms. Probably a gardener.
"Why don't we let Mr. Thorne look at the paper? It might help explain things."
As Cam perused the document, he pulled on the whiskers of his goatee. The beard was new to his face. He often found himself plucking hairs, some of them tinting toward gray from his chin. The document was the standard Massachusetts form for making an offer to purchase real estate. A year ago, Cam relocated from Boston and joined his Uncle Peter's suburban law firm in the Neshoba Valley a half-hour northwest of Boston. In that time, he had seen scores of documents just like it. He skipped to the bottom of the page. The offer was signed by McCulloch. "You didn't sign this, did you?"
"No."
Emily reached back into her canvas bag, pulled out 3 more sheets of paper, and slid them to Cam. He scanned them as well. They were identical to the first except for the purchase price. The original offer was for $325,000. By the 4th offer, the price had climbed to $410,000. "You have gold buried in your yard?" The real estate market, after years of steady increases, had slumped. These increasing offers made no sense, unless the first offer had been a lowball. "What do you think your house is worth?"
Emily turned to Marvin. "The tax assessment is for $286,500, he said. "Another house in our neighborhood, a cape like ours, just sold for $315,000. Odd. How much land do you have? Is it possible that this McClovick guy is a developer and he thinks he can subdivide your lot?" Marvin shifted in his seat and played with his wedding ring. "I don't see how. We only have a quarter acre. The house is in the front of the lot. Emily's garden is in the back. A driveway is on the side." Cam nodded and asked the obvious question. "Don't take this wrong, but if he's offering you $100,000 more than the house is worth, why don't you take it?" "Mr. Thorne," Emily said in a low voice, "as my husband stated, we do not wish to move. We have lived our whole lives in Westford. Our friends are here. Our church is here. Marvin comes here to the senior center for card games. I have my garden. When we die, the house will go to our church." Marvin nodded. "Okay then, but I thought McClovick said something about a signed agreement." "He somehow forged Marvin's signature. A young lady came to the door a week or so ago collecting signatures for a senior citizen property tax refund. Marvin signed that. Perhaps he was tricked." "You're certain there's nothing else?" "Nothing." "Well, he could always file a lawsuit against you and try to force you to sell. If he does, we'll fight it, of course. But until then, just don't sign any documents without showing them to me first." He smiled and clicked his pen closed. "Even petitions." More than a legal problem, this was a mystery. Why was McClovick willing to pay $100,000 more than the house was worth, and then get so angry that he resorted to near fisticuffs when Cam interfered? Cam continued. "But you do have some legal options. You could file an assault case against him for grabbing Mr. Gendron's wrist, or we could get a restraining order against him." Marvin sat tall in his chair. "He frightened my wife, Mr. Thorne, and Emily does not frighten easily. We do not want this McClovick fellow near us or our property again." "All right. Meet me back here tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. By late afternoon, you should have your restraining order." Thursday. Cam obtained the temporary restraining order for Mr. and Mrs. Gendron the morning after their first meeting. The order prohibited McClovick from contacting the older couple and from going within 100 feet of their property. But due process demanded that McClovick be given his day in court as well. Today, a week later, he would have the chance to give his side of the story and try to convince the judge to vacate the order. What was McClovick's angle? When people tossed around $100,000 like a frisbee, there was usually a good reason. Cam himself was a case in point. He took a $120,000 pay cut to come work for his uncle. Not that he had much choice. At 36, he had been working for one of those mega firms in Boston where everyone drove a Lexus. The firm was defending the local archdiocese in a batch of priest sexual abuse cases, and Cam was assigned to the case. Part of the defense strategy developed by the lead attorney involved intimidating abuse victims with embarrassing information culled from their medical records. One afternoon he watched a grown man sob during a particularly ugly deposition session. On the verge of making partner, Cam reached one of those fork-in-the-road moments and made a phone call leaking details of the sordid defense strategy to the press. A week later he got caught. Lawyers are nothing if not self-important, and in the legal world few sins are considered more grave than disloyalty to a client. Instead of a piece of the partnership pie, he ended up with a temporary suspension of his law license and an exile to the suburbs. That was the story behind Cam's six-figure folly. What was McClovick's? Cam met with Mr. and Mrs. Gendron a few minutes before 10 o'clock at the Lowell Superior Court. The commanding stone structure hearkened to Lowell's glory days. Few people knew that Lowell, not Boston, had been Massachusetts' leading city in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, a world leader in textile manufacturing. Today, it was a struggling mill city trying to reinvent itself through high-tech industry and a revitalized downtown. They climbed the long marble staircase to the second floor, the tread grayed and worn from decades of use.
Cam was not surprised to see McClovick standing next to the courtroom door. The injunction itself was not a hardship for him, but he would want it removed to protect his reputation. Cam approached. McClovick wore the same tattered blue blazer and a poorly knotted solid red tie. Cam reached out his hand to shake, a test to see how McClovick would react. "I have a cold," he said tightly. "Wouldn't want you to get sick." He leered. "Or anything." "Or anything," Cam repeated, dropping his hand to his side and taking a large step back. "Are you represented by an attorney?" McClovick, his small eyes darting and shifting beneath puffy lids, exhaled another acrid gust of stale coffee and cigarettes. Cam edged further away. "No, I don't have a lawyer." He thrust his chin forward. "I haven't done anything wrong, so I don't need one, right?" 10 minutes later, they stepped in front of the judge, a middle-aged woman with a thin face and short, graying hair. She disposed of some formalities and offered McClovick the opportunity to explain his side of the case. "Your Honor, I honestly don't know why we are here today. All I did was offer to buy your house. In fact, I offered substantially more than it is worth." He smiled, spread his hands. "If that's a crime, I wish someone would victimize me." The judge nodded and turned to Cam, who stood. "My clients are elderly, Your Honor, and they have absolutely no desire to sell their home, to McClovick or anybody else. As you can see by their affidavits, they are frightened by Mr. McClovick. He forged Mr. Gendron's signature. He has been acting in a menacing manner, and they are concerned he will not take no for an answer. I personally witnessed him grab Mr. Gendron by the wrist, and he vandalized my motorcycle. I have security camera video to prove it. You may serve as either witness or counsel, Mr. Thorne," the judge admonished. "Not both. Which is it?" "Counsel, Your Honor." Of course his testimony about the wrist grab and tire slashing would not be admissible, but he wanted the judge to hear it anyway. The judge studied Mr. and Mrs. Gendron, then eyed McClovick. "I must say this seems like flimsy grounds for a restraining order, but I do wonder why you persist in this, Mr. McClovick. What is it about this property that makes it so important to you?" He offered a wet smile. "To be honest, Your Honor, it reminds me a bit of my own childhood home." He shook his head sadly, his play for youthful innocence undermined by his menacing bulk. "I spent many happy years there." He raised his chin. "And as much as I'd like to purchase it, I must reiterate that I did not threaten these people." She peered down. "You can't give me more information about your interest in the property, beyond its sentimental attraction, that is?" "I am afraid not, Your Honor." "Well then, I am afraid the order stands." McClovick leaned forward, his face flushed. "But, Your Honor!" She banged her gavel. "Next case!" Cam returned to the office, a nondescript cluster of white-walled rooms in a strip mall on the town's commercial highway. At his old law firm, the other tenants in the office tower included Fortune 500 companies and Fidelity Investments. Here, he shared an entryway with a bakery, a weight-loss center, and a dentist. He shook his head. Adjacent to a bakery was a hell of a place for a diabetic to find himself, especially one who loved pastries and who didn't always abide by his doctor's orders. He had always believed what he read when first diagnosed at age 10, that the odds were pretty good he would be dead by 35, that his age would never exceed his waist size. So what difference would a candy bar or a beer make? Now he was 37, his waist measured 33, and the odds had swung in his favor due to recent medical breakthroughs. For the first time in his life, he started thinking about unthinkable things, like his future. After thumbing through his small stack of messages, he typed the name Alistair McClovick in a Google search. He scrolled through a series of random matches, then his fingers froze. McClovick was a treasure hunter. Perhaps Westford wasn't such a sleepy suburb after all. He picked up the phone and called his cousin Brandon. His uncle Peter, now his boss, had always hoped Brandon would go to law school and take over the practice, and Brandon had the brains for it. But he loved working with his hands. He had no interest, as he bluntly put it, in sitting in an office arguing on the phone all day. which was essentially what his father did. Peter was one of those people who liked to argue, who gave his life to that old joke about putting two lawyers in the room and getting three opinions. Brandon had worked on a landscaping crew after high school, then saved a few bucks and bought his own truck. Taking advantage of the seasonal nature of the work, he went back to school and got a degree in landscape architecture. He now had a crew of 6 guys and more than enough work designing and building stone walls and patios and outdoor entertainment centers in increasingly affluent Westford. "Hey, I want to bounce something off you. You free for lunch?" "You pick up sandwiches," Brandon said. "I'll get some gas for the boat. Be on your dock in half an hour. And bring a ski." Because Cam was 7 years older than Brandon, the cousins had never been close growing up. But in the past year, the two had become almost inseparable. Partly that was because most of Cam's friends and peers were already on their 2nd or 3rd kid. Some were even on their 2nd or 3rd wives. He didn't even have a girlfriend. At least, no one he ever saw. Heidi was fun and attractive and passionate. She also happened to be a professional ski racer, which meant she made it back to Boston about as often as he found himself in the Swiss Alps. Great company for a yearly backcountry ski trip, not so great for a weekly dinner and movie. But he did take some small steps into grown-up land when he moved to Westford. He bought a house. And also got a dog. Hardly a 401k or a set of matching china, but still a significant psychological step. Friends had advised against golden retrievers because they had health problems that shortened their life expectancy. That sealed the deal. Pegasus, a purebred, cost him almost as much as the down payment on his house. A true mutt. A run-down summer cottage with a leaky roof and no heating system, the property had been vacant for years. But it was lakefront, just a few houses up from Brandon's, and Brandon promised to help him fix it up. At the time, he had 3 months to kill while he served his bar suspension. Of course, 15 months later the house was still only half finished, but at least Pegasus had chased away the squirrels nesting in it. 30 minutes later, Pegasus at his side, he stood on his dock in his swim trunks, same size he wore in college, and same kid-like anticipation at the prospect of hitting the water. If he lived to be as old as the Gendrons, he expected to still be skiing. Brandon nosed in with his ski nautique. Cam tossed his slalom ski and ski vest into the boat and hopped in as Brandon reversed the engine and pulled out. Pegasus leapt in behind him. Brandon rubbed Pegasus's head. "Glad you called. The lake is like glass." Physically, it was hard to believe the cousins came from the same stock. Cam was lithe and wiry like a baseball middle infielder, while Brandon was tall and broad and muscular like a linebacker. But they both had an easy smile and a thick mane of wavy brown hair. Everyone liked Brandon. Cam had lived in town for over a year and never heard anyone say a bad word about his cousin. "What about a spotter?" Cam asked. State law required one. Usually Brandon brought one of his workers along. Brandon scanned the lake. No other boats. "Don't be such a lawyer," he smiled. "Besides, isn't that why you brought Pegasus? You're up first." Cam removed his insulin pump and put on a ski vest. Sitting on the stern, he slathered some baby oil on his right foot and tugged the tight-fitting slalom ski boot on. He grabbed the ski line with one hand and pushed himself off the back of the boat with the other, gasping as he hit the water. The air was warm, but the cold September nights had chilled the water. Brandon gently throttled forward, tightening the ski rope. "You say when!" he yelled back. He took a deep breath as he grasped the rope handle tightly. "Hit it!" The boat jerked him out of the water like an angler snatching a trout. He cut to the left across the boat's wake and found the smooth water. Leaning hard against the line, he used the ski's edge to slice through the orange and yellow trees reflected in the still surface of the lake. As he approached a 90-degree angle with the boat's path, the line began to slacken as he tucked his knee and spun back to his right, leaning hard now to the opposite edge of the ski. In his wake, a rooster tail of water arced high above him. The sun filtered through the water drops, glistening and refracting and sparkling like the finest chandelier. He cut back toward the boat's wake, fighting to keep his edge from wobbling as he sliced through the water churned white by the propeller. Leaning even harder against the rope, he burst through the smooth water on the far side of the wake, trusting his edge to hold him even as his shoulder and hip practically kissed the glass-like surface. He cut back again, slicing across the wake, now in rhythm,
Lean, cut, slice, lean, cut. A wave bounced his ski slightly. It was enough. The edge lost contact with the water. Gravity did the rest. He fell and slapped against the water, bouncing and skipping like a stone across the surface. At 50 miles per hour, the lake felt like hard-packed snow. The world slowed down as he tumbled and skidded, remembering to keep himself in a tight ball so he didn't pull a groin muscle or separate a shoulder by catching a limb under the water's surface. He bounced a total of 4 times. On what would have been the 5th bounce, he broke beneath the water's surface, a cannonball now rather than a skipping stone. He descended a few feet before the life vest jettisoned him back to the surface like a beach ball slipping out from between a child's knees. After coughing out some water, he waved at Brandon to let him know he was okay. At least it didn't hurt as much as when he fell on his mountain bike. Brandon grinned as he circled back. "Thanks for the show, cuz. Thought you were going to bounce all the way to the shore." Pegasus stood on the stern seat and offered a bark of concern. "Hey, if you don't fall, you're not skiing hard enough. Or it just means you can't ski for shit." Grinning, Cam climbed into the boat and allowed Pegasus to rub against him. He stretched his neck side to side. Brandon slapped him on the shoulder. "You looked like a barrel going over the falls." They ate their sandwiches. Brandon would ski after the waves from Cam's run subsided. He reattached his insulin pump, and after checking his blood glucose level and mentally calculating the number of carbs in his meal, entered the information into the pump's program so the device could deliver the appropriate amount of insulin. He broke a chunk of turkey off for Pegasus and spoke between bites. "Can I run something by you?" He described McClovick's efforts to buy the James Rollins property. "Turns out he's a treasure hunter. Underwater salvage from shipwrecks and stuff. Sounds like he's not a very good one. Last I checked, the only shipwrecks in Westford are a couple of old rowboats and a rubber raft. No, he knows something. Why else would he offer $100,000 extra to buy some piece of property? You think there's something buried in your client's backyard?" "I don't know, but I know one way to find out. Can you lend me a bobcat for a few days?" "Sure. You gonna dig?" "Maybe a little." "I don't know. I've seen you drive this boat, and I'm not sure I can trust you in the cat." Cam sipped his Diet Coke. "I've been thinking about my wipeout. You must have been goosing the throttle." "Yeah, right. No chance Mr. Perfect just fell down and went boom all by himself." Brandon squished his Sprite can. "Start the boat. I'll show you how it's done." An hour later, back in his office, Cam dialed in the Gendron's number. He explained to Emily what he had learned about McClovick. "We've lived here almost 40 years, and I've never heard anything about any treasure."
"Well, if you're curious about this, I have a plan."
"Okay, what is it?"
"The judge specifically said McClovick can use the road to drive by your house. Knowing him, he'll want to keep an eye on things. One possibility is to get a bobcat and start digging in your backyard. Nothing major, just a couple of small piles of dirt." Emily laughed.
"I see what you're doing. If he thinks there's a treasure buried and he sees us digging, he might tip his hand."
Cam wasn't sure about this. Was it wise to provoke McClovick? What if he overreacted? His clients were already afraid of him. "You know, Mrs. Gendron, you could always drop this whole thing, forget the bobcat. There's no need to do anything. I think eventually McClovick will go away."
"No, I think you're wrong about that. If there is a treasure there, as crazy as it sounds, Mr. McClovick is not going to give up until he finds it. So let's try this dig and see what happens."
He nodded. It did sound crazy. Chapter 2. Friday. Cam got a call in his office late the next morning from Brandon. "I've got some time now if you want me to bring that bobcat over." "Great. Meet you there in half an hour." After finishing up some work, he jumped on his Harley. He sped north through the town center. Noticed again how Westford Center was something right off a Hollywood set. White steepled church, plush town common with requisite black cannon, yellow brick library, and stately historical homes all flanking tree-lined country roads. He veered northwest at a triangular town common, angling toward the Graniteville section of town. Here the homes became smaller, befitting their history as residences for the town's mill and granite quarry workers of the early 1900s. He turned onto North Street, a fairly major connecting road, and a half-minute later pulled into the driveway of a neatly kept light blue Cape with white shutters. A white bobcat excavator with backhoe sat in front of him, squeezed onto the edge of the driveway next to the Gendron's red Taurus. Emily and Marvin came out to greet him. She gestured at the bobcat. "Your cousin just dropped it off, but then he got a call and had to run. He said he'll come back later and put it where we want. Maybe dig up some ground if we want." Cam nodded. "Wherever we put it, it should be visible from the street." They walked toward the backyard, a square area about half the size of a tennis court with some woods in the back. Most of the yard was filled with Emily's garden, enclosed by a low stone wall on all four sides. It looked a bit odd because the lines of the stone walls didn't parallel the lines of the lot. It was as if someone rotated the enclosure 5 or 10 degrees counterclockwise and then dropped it back down. "Did you build the stone wall?" Cam asked. "No," Marvin said. "It was here when we bought the house. Probably an old holding pen for animals." Emily shook her head. "I'm sorry, Marvin, but I don't agree. I grew up on a farm, and walls that high wouldn't hold anything. I think it's an old foundation of some kind." She pointed to a pile of stones amassed along one of the long walls. "And those are from an old fireplace or cooking area that collapsed." It was Marvin's turn to shake his head. "How could it be a foundation when it's above ground?" Cam smiled. This was obviously an argument that had been going on for close to 40 years. "Maybe it's neither a holding pen or a foundation." Emily turned to him, the thick, earthly woman's eyes conveying a common sense born of living off the land. "Well, what else could it be? People around here didn't just build things for fun. Life was too hard, time too precious. Always has been in these parts, ever since the first settlers came. These stones are heavy, and there's a lot of them. If they were just trying to clear the fields, they would have made a single wall, not a rectangle. Whoever did this had a purpose in mind." Odd, and possibly important. "Are there any other rectangular enclosures like this around?" Emily and Marvin exchanged glances and shrugged. "Not that we've seen," she answered. "I've lived in Westford all my life. There are plenty of stone walls, and even some abandoned foundations and cellar holes, but nothing else like this." Cam waited for Emily to reflect on her own statement, to allow the words to echo back to her. After a few seconds, she looked up and met Cam's eyes. He nodded. "I don't believe in coincidence. I think we might have an idea why McClovick is so obsessed with your property." Saturday. The next day, Cam grabbed Brandon, and together they returned to the Gendron's house. Brandon did a lot of work with stone walls, and Cam wanted his opinion on the enclosure. Nobody had disturbed the bobcat in the driveway. They walked to the backyard, and Brandon paced around the outside of the garden. "Here, come take a look at this." Cam and the Gendrons gathered around him in the back corner of the lot. "These stones are dressed, which means they were cut." He pointed to stones in a 2-foot-wide opening, an opening Cam had not noticed before. "If you see a stone wall in the woods, the stones are in their natural shape and stacked haphazardly. The farmer picked them up from the fields and piled them on the property line to get them out of the way. But these stones are flat on one side, and they line up perfectly, like someone wanted to make a neat entryway." Emily challenged him. "Well, it may be an entryway, but it wasn't built by any farmer. It's too narrow to get a cart in and out. If you had animals in there, you'd need to bring them feed and then cart out the manure." "I agree," Brandon said. He looked at the sun and turned back to the enclosure. He, too, was wondering why the enclosure walls didn't parallel the lot lines. "Do you have a local map?" "Yes, and Marvin, get the lantern also." Marvin ambled toward the house. "I forgot to tell you yesterday," she said to Cam. "About 20 years ago I found a clay lantern buried in the garden. It was wrapped in some kind of cloth. I'm only showing it to you because it came from inside the stone wall." Marvin returned and handed the map to Brandon and the lantern to Cam. It was dark gray, the size and shape of a beer mug, with 8 arched legs and a half-dozen square windows carved out haphazardly. Cam turned it over. "I wonder why there's no base."
I wondered the same thing. Maybe the base piece is separate. Or maybe you're holding it upside down and there's no top.
Cam flipped it. Now it looks like a rook in a chess game. He held it up to the light and handed it back to her. It looks old. Have you ever had an expert look at it?
We brought it to an antique shop and they didn't know what to make of it.
Brandon had opened the map to Westford, found North Street, and turned the map to align with the Gendrons property. I have some clients interested in feng shui, so I notice this stuff now. The walls of this enclosure are built exactly on the axis of the compass, north-south and east-west.
What does that mean?
Cam asked.
Brandon shrugged.
I have no idea. It's just odd, that's all. He grabbed a stick and dug away some of the dirt piled against the outside of the stone enclosure. The organic material has built up pretty good around these stones. You didn't do that, did you, Mrs. Gendron? She shook her head.
No, but I noticed that too. For most of those stones you see on the bottom row, there's actually another stone underneath it.
That level of soil buildup means they've been here for a while, Brandon said.
You think it's Native American?
Cam asked.
Brandon shook his head.
I don't think so. From what I know, they don't build stone structures.
Well, if a farmer didn't build it and the Indians didn't build it, who did?
Shrugging, Brandon studied the map again and pointed toward the woods in the back of the property. Is there water back there?
Yes, Marvin answered. A small stream that leads right down to the Stony Brook River. That's why the colonists first settled this area. It has a good supply of fresh water, and we're pretty much standing at an intersection of two old Indian trails. Prospect Hill in the center of town used to be a gathering point for the Indians, highest point in eastern Massachusetts, visible from Boston Harbor. They used to send smoke signals from up there.
Interesting history, but it didn't really tell them who built the enclosure. Well, where do you think we should put the bobcat?
Brandon responded.
I'll put it right next to the enclosure, but near the driveway so you can see it from the street. He turned to Emily. Is that okay?
She nodded. You can put it on the mulch pile.
While she and Marvin walked back to the garden to direct them, Brandon jogged over to the bobcat and hopped into the cab, swinging himself into the seat. For a big guy, he moved well. Brandon's right shoulder twitched as he turned the key, the muscles rippling beneath his t-shirt. Instead of an engine turning over, a flash of light jumped from the bobcat, followed by a thunderous explosion. Cam's brain rejected the information his eyes and ears were sending. The twitch of Brandon's shoulder was just a subtle movement. Such a common, ordinary task. Somehow the ramifications seemed disproportionate. Obscenely so, like a gentle breeze felling an oak tree, or a pebble tripping a horse. Cam flew through the air, a hot, blazing gust lifting him and tossing him aside like an ember exhaled by a campfire. He hit the ground, skidding along the grass. Even before he stopped sliding, a pit formed in his stomach.
Brandon.
He rolled onto his stomach, opened his eyes, and tried to locate his cousin. But the explosion had burned the fire into his retinas, and the world looked like a giant sun. There was an echo of a loud explosion in his ears, but all he could hear now was a sharp ringing, like the shriek of a teapot announcing its boil. Or was someone screaming? He struggled to his hands and knees, staggering toward the bobcat. He shielded his eyes with his hand, fought to blink some light back into them. A body lay twisted like a rag doll on the ground a few feet from the smoking, twisted piece of machinery. He rushed toward it, toward Brandon, and stopped short. Brandon's leg was a mangled mass of blood and bones and blue jeans. The smell of burnt flesh and gasoline assaulted him. He dropped to his knees, cradled his cousin's head in his hands. "Call 911!" he yelled to Emily, who staggered over from the garden. "And get me a blanket!" Cam forced himself to look at Brandon's leg, gushing blood from just below the knee. Brandon moaned. "It's okay, cuz," Cam said. "You'll be okay. Just hang in there." He ripped off his cloth belt and looped it in a tourniquet around Brandon's right thigh. The blood continued to stream out. He pulled the belt tighter and tied it off. He examined Brandon's torso. No visible wounds, but who knew what was going on internally? He racked his brain. Was there anything else he could do? As the ringing in his ears faded, Brandon's moans became louder. Emily appeared with an old comforter and draped it over Brandon's body. The movement fanned the smell of burnt skin. Cam swallowed back his vomit.
"The ambulance is on the way,"
Emily said.
"Cameron," she gasped. "What happened?"
A bobcat didn't just blow up like that. Taking a deep breath, he looked up and met Emily's eyes. "I think it was a bomb." Tears filled the woman's round face.
"This is my fault,"
she sobbed. Cam shook his head. The bobcat was his idea, not Emily's. This was his fault. The paramedics arrived quickly to attend to Brandon, concern in their eyes as they gently placed him on a gurney and sped away. Cam had already called Brandon's parents. They were racing to the hospital in Lowell. He stayed to tell the police about McLovick. A thick, middle-aged policeman approached. "I'm Lieutenant Poulos. I used to coach Brandon and Pop Warner." He sighed as he shook his head. "Any idea what happened here?" Cam described the accident and recounted the Gendrons' history with the treasure hunter. He lost the narrative a couple of times. He was having trouble shaking the vision of Brandon's ravaged body from his mind. McLovick booby-trapped the bobcat. Poulos glanced over at one of the bomb squad guys examining the skeleton of the bobcat. The investigator pursed his lips and nodded to the lieutenant in response. "Looks like somebody did," Poulos said. "I know it's not standard procedure, but when you arrest him, I'd like to be there." "Well, hold on. You're getting a bit ahead of the game." Cam shrugged. His first thought was that the bastard had probably already fled the country, but he quickly reconsidered. McLovick wouldn't have bothered trying to scare them off the property if he wasn't planning to stick around and dig for the treasure. In all likelihood, McLovick had paid some lowlife to place the bomb. No doubt he had an alibi. Poulos looked down at his notebook, studied it for a few seconds, then shook his head. "You're a lawyer, right?" Cam nodded. "Then you understand how this works. We'll definitely investigate this McLovick fellow, but without more evidence, we're a long way from making an arrest." Cam started to argue the point but caught himself. The police officer was right. Poulos studied him. His eyes drifted down and settled on Cam's clenched fist. "I know how you feel, son, but don't do anything stupid, okay?" Holding his gaze, Cam offered a small shrug. Poulos nodded. "Well, then at least be careful." The ringing in his ears had yet to subside. He barely heard a man behind him clearing his throat as the policeman walked away. Turning, he looked up to see a tall priest. "Pardon me for interrupting. My name is Monsignor Marcotte. I am the pastor of St. Catherine's, the church up the street." Monsignor. That explained the whole violet velvet trim on the front of his black priestly robes. Cam had driven by the large stone church on his first visit to the Gendrons, and he knew they planned to leave their property to the church when they died. "I heard about the explosion and I ran right over," which explained why he was still wearing his robes. "I thought I might be of some comfort to Mr. and Mrs. Gendron once they were finished speaking with the police." He rested his blue eyes on Cam. "Of course, I am very sorry to hear about your cousin. I will pray for his recovery." Cam nodded. "Thank you. We could all use some comforting." He was not particularly observant. His Jewish mother and Catholic father raised him in both faiths, stressing the common messages and themes in the Judeo-Christian culture, but he could never quite make that leap of blind faith necessary to believe the words of the Old and New Testament were truly the words of God. In fact, as a historian, he majored in American history in college. He came to attribute many of the conflicts in the world to religious intolerance and bigotry. He had read once that God was like a mirror. The mirror never changed, but the people who looked into it all saw something different. Unfortunately, most people looked in and viewed their own face, confident it had been created in God's own image. Despite his ambivalence toward organized religion, Cam recognized its many good works and the comfort it gave to billions, just as the Monsignor was trying to comfort him now. And there was no denying the spirituality of the Monsignor. Something soothing, an air of serenity and self-assuredness poured out from his clear blue eyes. With his neat gray hair and easy manner, he reminded him of a Belgian diplomat who taught political science at Boston College Cam's senior year. "Let me ask you, do you think this might be related to Mr. McLovick?" The McClovick situation was not the type of problem people normally discussed with their priest. Perhaps the Monsignor was not a normal type of priest.
They told you about that?
Yes, they were tempted to take the money and make a gift of it to the parish now rather than when they died. He smiled. I told them to stay in their home. The church could wait for its money. Good advice. I do think it's related, Cam said, but I'm still not sure why. The Monsignor nodded and stared toward the tree-covered hill in the distance as if looking for divine guidance. Do you have a theory? An odd question. But Cam needed an ally, and the Gendrons had apparently confided in Marcotte already. Sort of. I know he has a history as a treasure hunter, salvaging shipwrecks and stuff like that. He must think something is buried in their backyard. He paused. Something worth killing for. The Monsignor crossed himself and bowed his head in a quick, silent prayer. He lifted his head and nodded, a nod that indicated agreement rather than merely understanding. I need to be careful here. You and I, as attorney and priest, we are required to keep certain communications in strict confidence, so please excuse my oblique approach to this conversation. He took a deep breath. In the event you intend to continue to represent Mr. and Mrs. Gendron in this matter. He paused and raised an eyebrow, offering Cam the opportunity to respond. Yes, I do. They need my help, and I'm responsible for what happened to Brandon. The Monsignor lifted a hand to stop him, the silk robe rustling. Nonsense. You did not plant the bomb. Whoever did so will have to answer to the proper authorities, in this world and the next. Well, that may be, but the Bobcat idea was mine. He shivered, remembering Brandon's bloodied body. I'll continue to represent them as long as they want me to. And I'm going to find out who did this to Brandon. Good. I think they still need you, but I suggest that you are only scratching the surface of this mystery, Mr. Thorne. Wait, how do you know my name? The priest smiled. I am familiar with your work in the sex abuse scandal cases. He appreciated Marcotte's candor. In all the months he worked on the case, nobody from the church had ever referred to the case as a sex abuse scandal. It was always the allegations, or the incident, or the unfortunate conduct. It took a lot of courage to do what you did. Leaking that testimony forced the church to confront its crimes, to deal with its victims. Not many lawyers would have done what you did, risking your career like that. Cam smiled wryly. Priests and lawyers. Not exactly the most popular members of society right now, are we? And to think mothers used to dream of their children becoming lawyers or clergymen. He took a deep breath. But, getting back to the matter at hand, my recommendation is that you take an appointment with a young woman named Amanda Spencer. You can reach her through the Westford Library. Do so soon. I've never met her personally, but I believe she can shed some light on this matter. He lifted his hand and stroked his chin. But be careful. As you have seen, this is a volatile situation. Cam looked back toward the driveway. I doubt McClovick will try anything else. He knows the police will be watching him. Regarding Mr. McClovick, consider this. If he planted the bomb, it means he is certain there is a treasure buried here, which makes him, whether in jail or not, a continuing danger. The Monsignor raised his index finger. But perhaps he had nothing to do with the bomb, and if that is the case, then I think the danger is even greater. I don't follow. Perhaps because his head was still ringing like a church bell. Well, if Mr. McClovick didn't plant the bomb, then someone else did. Someone who saw the bobcat and wants to keep both the Gendrons and Mr. McClovick from digging. Someone who probably knows for certain what is buried in the backyard. Well, then, who? The Monsignor shrugged. If he knew, he wasn't telling. Cam eyed the priest. Marcotte held his gaze without blinking, a steady, kind half-smile on his face. The words the bailiff used in the courtroom while swearing in witnesses popped into his head. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. He believed the priest was telling the truth, and also probably nothing but the truth. But the whole truth? Now that might be a different story. The police finished questioning the Gendrons, and Emily immediately broke away and moved toward Cam and Father Marcotte. The Monsignor turned to embrace her before glancing back at Cam. "Make sure you contact Miss Spencer. I think you'll be fascinated by what you learn." Cam spent the early part of the afternoon at Massachusetts General Hospital. Brandon had been airlifted there, and the surgeons were trying to save his life and, if possible, also his leg. Uncle Peter, his dark blue tie knotted tightly against his Adam's apple, and his thin brown hair combed neatly to the side like something out of an IBM training manual, sat tall in a chair and stared blankly at a wall through horn-rimmed glasses. He and Brandon were about as opposite as two people could be, yet they had somehow found common ground. Perhaps he admired, even envied, Brandon's ability to squeeze so much joy from life. Other than a wedding photo, the only picture in his office was of his son grinning triumphantly after scoring a touchdown in the annual Mud Bowl football game he organized every spring. Every once in a while he turned to Cam and asked him to recount again how the bobcat blew. Cam left out the part about it being his idea to use the bobcat to bait McLovick. Aunt Peggy alternatively wept and twisted rosary beads in her hands, praying. She had apparently come straight from a power walk with her friends. Her gray blonde hair was tucked under a pink Red Sox cap, and she was still wearing one of those baby blue matching sweatpants and top outfits that had been popular in the 1970s and were now making a comeback. Cam paced back and forth, unable to offer any comfort to Brandon's parents, and unable to do anything about Brandon's attackers. After an hour, he had had enough. He hated hospitals, probably because every time he went to one as a kid, he had some doctor telling him he would go blind, or have to have his feet amputated, or even die if he didn't take better care of himself. Now it was Brandon facing amputation and perhaps even death, while Cam seemed to have skated by death's door. At his last visit to Boston's Joslin Diabetes Clinic, he spent 3 days there during his bar suspension. They told him he was in fine health. With recent breakthroughs in diabetes treatment, he would probably live to see his hair fall out and his chest sag to his belly and his erections wilt. It was the first time the doctors hadn't hedged their bets. The welcome news, sagging and wilting aside, forced him to face a whole new question. What did he want to do with his life? He had coasted through law school and his professional career on talent alone. He seemed to have an innate ability to dig in and ferret out the key issue or fact that would turn a complex case. But he had never really had to work hard at it, never really had to fight to attain a lifelong dream. The question of what he wanted to do with his life was one he had never really pondered before, and he hadn't gotten very far with it in the past year. But he knew what he needed to do right now. "Uncle Peter, I'm going to see if I can find out anything about who did this." Cam's parents were flying up from their vacation home in North Carolina, and Brandon's sister was driving down from Vermont, so there would be plenty of family support. He said his goodbyes and pulled out his cell phone as he followed signs back to the parking garage. He called information, then dialed the Westford Library number and asked to speak with Amanda Spencer. A woman took his name and number. 10 minutes later his cell phone rang, unavailable flashing on the caller ID display. "This is Amanda Spencer. You telephoned me?" A British accent. "Yes, Monsignor Marcotte suggested I contact you. This is regarding a situation involving Emily realized he had leaned slightly toward her to meet her hand. He quickly adjusted as she continued speaking.
And you were spot on. I'm sorry.
Look, Amanda, you barely knew me then. Heck, you still barely know me now.
I know, but for some reason I trust you. I trusted you then also, but I didn't have the courage to violate the protocols.
Protocols?
A set of rules that have been passed down for centuries. One of the primary protocols is that the secrets of Prince Henry and his expedition are never to be revealed, only discovered. As I said, the consortium is comprised of families who either descend from Sinclair or other Templars, or are otherwise Rex Deus. But its inner circle is a self-selecting group comprised of the most knowledgeable members. The cream rises to the top, as it were.
What secrets?
I don't know. Apparently I'm just the milk.
She laughed. Wait, I'm confused. If you don't know the secrets, what is it you were hiding from me?
Sorry, I'm nattering but not being clear. In your case, you asked a question and I gave the cursory response. But the information I withheld from you was only the first or second step of what would be a long journey.
So are you willing to give me this information now?
And violate the protocols?
He squeezed the wheel.
Yeah? Well, of course.
She grinned.
I'm here, am I not? I was just waiting for you to ask.
I can tell this is going to be a long car ride, he said, shaking his head. But won't you get in trouble?
Doing research is part of my job. And if they sack me for trying to save your life, well, then it was probably time for me to move on anyway.
Speaking of moving on, any ideas where I should be headed?
As a matter of fact, yes. Go north, toward the Maine coast. There's something I want to show you.
Okay.
But back to the Sinclair expedition. The information I withheld from you is this. One of the main reasons he journeyed to America was to map out the new world for future settlement. They were coming to stay, not merely trade and fish and explore, which is why they brought artisans and clergymen along with soldiers.
The revelation was really not that surprising.
And if they planned to stay, they needed accurate maps.
He remembered something she had pointed out about the Newport Tower.
You said the tower functioned as some kind of lighthouse or beacon. Exactly. That was part of its use. But one thing you'll begin to notice, a theme that will continue to repeat itself, is that these structures and artifacts have multiple uses. Without modern tools, it was extremely difficult to carve an effigy in a rock or, of course, build a stone tower. What I mean is the Westford Knight effigy was not just an effigy but also a directional marker. The knight's sword points due north, and the tower was not just a beacon, but also many other things as well.
Such as? He felt like a kindergarten kid trying to learn algebra. Even worse, Amanda knew algebra but had no knowledge of calculus. In order to figure all this out, they were going to need to learn calculus on their own. And on the run.
For one thing, the 8 pillars line up on the 8 compass points, and the windows are placed in the tower to not only aid the navigation, but also perfectly sight the events such as the winter and summer solstices, as well as other astronomical occurrences which I do not understand well enough to explain to you. Recall that there were no calendars during medieval times, yet one needed to ascertain exact dates for religious observances, and also for day-to-day life.
So you're not buying the whole colonial windmill theory?
Not a bit of it. An archaeologist just completed a dig of the tower. She couldn't say for certain who built the tower, but she was clear on one thing. It was not your colonial settlers. If you want to view a colonial windmill, there's one straight across the bay in Jamestown. It's wooden, its shape is tapered, and there are no pillars blocking the windmill's blades. And it's built on a firm base. She paused. The tower may have been built by someone other than Prince Henry, perhaps the Vikings, perhaps the Portuguese, but it wasn't built by Benedict Arnold. She explained that the unit of measurement used to build the tower was the Scottish ell, not the English foot, which was used on every other colonial structure.
The Narragansett Indians have a legend that the tower was built by fire-haired men with green eyes who sailed up a river in a ship like a gull with a broken wing. Cam smiled. Gull with a broken wing. I like that. It's exactly the way someone would describe a sailboat if they had never seen one. So you think Sinclair built the tower? No. I happen to believe it was built as a memorial to him. He was a phenomenally important chap during his time, a Baron of Scotland and a Prince of Norway, yet there is no tombstone or marker or even record of his death in Europe. Nothing? No. In fact, his lands and title never passed to his son. After a number of decades, they eventually passed directly to his grandson. It's as if his family didn't know if he was still alive or not. That makes me surmise he died in America. The tower would be an appropriate monument to a man of his importance. Why would his family not have known of his death? I mean, once he found his way over, didn't others go back and forth as well? Soon after Prince Henry left for America, England attacked Scotland. Any ships that may have been used to explore were needed for the war, or were lost in battle. He drummed his hands on the steering wheel. Remember when I asked you whether you believed in the Prince Henry legend, and you told me it didn't matter whether it was true or not, only that people believed it was true? Rather brilliant of me, was it not? She fluffed her white blonde hair. He couldn't help but grin. Yes, brilliant. So brilliant that I'm going to steal it and argue that it doesn't really matter if Sinclair built the tower, or if it's a monument to him, or if he had nothing to do with it at all. What matters is that someone believes the knight and the tower and the boatstone and who knows what else are related to some kind of treasure. In order to understand what they're after and figure out who they are, we need to know all we can about these sites, both fact and myth. She settled back in her seat. As I said, drive toward Maine. She held up a plastic shopping bag. I'm ready to go. I picked up some clothes and a toothbrush while I was waiting for you. Smiling at the prospect of a day or two alone in the car with Amanda, he shifted to the left lane and accelerated. How far up in Maine? Near Augusta. Easy enough. Straight up the turnpike. I want to show you the Spirit Pond rune stones. Here's a surprise. The experts believe they are fake. Speaking of the experts, did I tell you I spoke to the Massachusetts state archaeologist? How fortunate. I guess you know her, huh? Rhonda Blank. I've had my own history with her. We call her Blinky Blank. Whenever she is asked to consider a pre-Columbus artifact, she closes her eyes, you know, those long blinks that make you think she might be napping, and shakes her head, as if she doesn't want to see the evidence. He smiled, remembering Claude's eye-closing tendency. Apparently it did run in the family. Well, she said the knight was carved by some neighborhood boys in the late 1800s as a prank. The Fisher lads. It's a fine story. There were 4 of them, and they lived nearby. But the facts don't add up. There's a reference to the carving in a town history publication that dates back to the year the oldest boy was born. It's impossible for them to have carved the effigy. As we say in the law, why let the facts get in the way of a perfectly good story? The Fisher lads did add a peace pipe to the carving, which is how the story began. It's a simple matter to distinguish between the pipe and the rest of the night, unless you close your eyes like Blinky Blank. So what's her problem? Many archaeologists have staked their professional reputations on certain truisms. For example, that Columbus discovered America. She got her job with the state because she's a protege of some old Harvard professor who scoffs at talk of contact before Columbus. The last thing they want is for new evidence to appear that contradicts them, so they just stick their heads in the sand. Speaking of new evidence, the Gendrons found a clay lantern in their backyard that looks a lot like the Newport Tower. I just noticed the resemblance when I went to pick up the car. It resembles the tower? Do you reckon that's what McClovick was looking for? I did. He smiled. But then I thought I'd been watching too many movies. Well, either way, I'd fancy having it carbon dated. But even if the testing dated it circa 1400, the mainstream archaeologist would argue it was brought over from Europe by the colonists.
It's tragic, really. They're supposed to be academics, yet they refuse to even consider that some of these artifacts might be more than hoaxes. Tell that to Brandon. Someone thinks this stuff is pretty real. Yes, poor Brandon. You can judge the spirit of pond rune stones for yourself. I've only seen them once. Looked pretty bloody authentic to me. He made sure there was plenty of room between the Subaru and the car in front of them before turning to her. That's why I want to figure this all out and catch those SOBs. He dialed Brandon's cell, explaining to her that Brandon was helping with internet research, and this phone is untraceable. On the third ring, Brandon picked up. Hello, Cameron. But it wasn't Brandon. He considered hanging up. Instead, he signaled Amanda to stay quiet. Lieutenant Poulos. Guess I shouldn't be surprised to hear your voice. Call me back on the cell number I gave you. He redialed, appreciative of the policeman's caution. Listen, Cam, you need to come back to Westford. You need to answer some questions. Look, Lieutenant, I had nothing to do with McClovick's death. I think you know that. No response. Anyway, I can't come back until I figure this all out. That's our job. With all due respect, we've got one guy maimed and another one dead, plus a dead dog, and I've almost been killed myself, twice. Twice? Yeah, I had another foot race with a car today. It's getting a little tiring, to be honest. That's why you need to come in. He took a deep breath. Look, there's some really strange, complicated stuff going on. And I don't mean to say I'm smarter than you guys, but we need to figure out the motive here before we have any chance of catching these guys, and I'm starting to put it all together. But I can't do that if I'm holed up in some police station giving statements and answering questions. I told my captain you'd probably say something like that. He said it sounded like O.J. Simpson. You know, that's bullshit. I'm not out on some golf course. I'm out here, now, dodging cars and trying to figure this all out. So cut the O.J. crap, all right? Easy, son. It wasn't me that said it. That's bullshit also. You didn't have to repeat it. You said it to get a reaction out of me. Poulos remained silent. Cam took a deep breath. The officer was just doing his job. What about you guys? You have any leads? Maybe some partner trying to take the treasure for himself? More silence. All right, then. I'm not coming in just so someone can hold a press conference and say they're making progress on the case. Cam waited through a long pause. Officially, I have to tell you that you're making a mistake, Poulos finally said. Unofficially, I have a message to pass on to you. Monsignor Marcotte says he has some information that will help you. Cam scribbled down Marcotte's contact information on a scrap of paper. And be careful, Cameron. Thanks, Lieutenant. He gave Poulos the license plate number of the BMW. Maybe that's a lead you can use. Brandon's voice came over the phone. I'll call you back. 5 minutes later, Cam's track phone rang. I'm calling from my new phone. Brandon gave Cam the number. Poulos is gone. He was here about an hour, waiting for you to call. Brandon seemed stronger, more energized. He noticed some of the books lying around here, stuff my parents brought in. That's fine. It's no secret this somehow relates to Prince Henry and the Templars. But do me a favor. Every time you're done with an internet search, run the disk cleanup function on your laptop. That'll delete the cookies and the web page history so nobody will know what sites you've been on. That wasn't totally true. The information could still be recovered, but not quickly. So, are you alone? My dad's here, and Poulos left a guy outside my door. For my protection, he said. Probably not a bad idea. Anyway, I need to know what you can find about the Spirit Pond runestones, up in Maine. Got it. And my dad wants to talk to you. Peter skipped the pleasantries. I've been looking into this Westford Knight carving. It's all a hoax, Cameron. Some kids carved it in the late 1800s. The Fisher boys. They lived up the street. Cam explained the reference in the town history. Unless they crawled out of their crib with an ice pick, they didn't do it. Well, that doesn't make it authentic. And I don't see the knight and the shield. All I see is a sword. Everything else is worn away. You saw the old pictures in the library, but it doesn't really matter. It's still a medieval battle sword punched into a rock ledge. Amanda said they had a weapons expert in England study it. The proportions are perfect. How would some farmer know what a medieval sword looked like? And why would he carve it into the rock even if he did? Peter plowed ahead. And this boatstone thing? These numbers 184, it's just a date. It's a trail marker from 1840-something. Nice theory, but where's the fourth number? He took a deep breath. If the numbers were 139, and I told you that meant it was 1390-something, but they forgot the last number, you'd tell me I was full of shit, and you'd be right. More to the point, why would someone in the 1840s carve a medieval boat and medieval crossbow arrow onto a stone? Why not carve a schooner and a musket? I don't know, people do crazy things. I don't know either, but at least I'm trying to figure it out. Welcome to my world, Amanda said as he hung up. Nobody wants to look at this with an open mind. Folks like Rhonda Blanc say we have no evidence. Well, what about the artifacts themselves? Aren't they evidence? We shipped the boatstone out to a forensic geologist in Minnesota. He concluded that the weathering patterns in the carvings were consistent with a 600-year-old artifact. Isn't that evidence? She sighed. Sorry to grizzle. It's just a bit frustrating oftentimes. Don't let Peter's opinion bother you. He's not exactly open-minded. My dad really had to strong-arm him into giving me a job. He thinks I'm a loose cannon. Amanda chewed on her lip as her eyes darkened and narrowed. Speaking of your job, I have a confession to make. I don't reckon you're going to be too pleased with me. She took a deep breath. The consortium performed a background check on you. Now I feel like I'm privy to private matters about you that I have no right to know. It wasn't like he was a sex offender or anything. So you know I'm a diabetic, and you know I got suspended by the Bar Association, and you probably know I used to drink too much. He smiled. But I'm really not that interesting, so no big deal. Thanks. Some folks would be all bothered by it. Actually, there is one other thing I learned. You are part of the Rex Deus bloodline. He turned, expecting to see Amanda's straight white teeth grinning back at him, but her expression was flat. You serious? Yes. Your mother's maiden name is Khan. She is a Cohen. As a child in the synagogue with his mother and her family, Grandpa Maury was always called to read from the Torah first, before the other men in the congregation. His mother had explained that since Cohens descended from Aaron, who was the brother of Moses and the first high priest, the tradition was to call a Cohen first to the Torah. Well, in that case, I take back all that stuff I said about royal bloodlines not mattering. Do I get to wear a crown or something? She cuffed him on the shoulder. Seriously, what difference does it make? He asked. Well, for one thing, the consortium is convinced that only someone with Rex Deus blood is worthy of figuring out the Prince Henry mystery and finally proving the legend is fact. Great. But they also may be the ones trying to kill me. I've been pondering that. I don't see why they wouldn't want you to succeed. Like you said, there's a lot about this consortium that you don't know. They don't know I'm here with you. I just went off without informing anyone. She fiddled with her cell phone. I was reckoning I should ring in, perhaps ask for their aid, but I'm hesitant. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel. I'm not inclined to trust them, he smiled, even if they are my distant cousins. All right, then. I won't ring them. She dropped her phone in her bag. Now, what's all this about your law license being suspended? From what I read, they should have given you a promotion, not suspended you. A rest area loomed in the distance. He hadn't eaten dinner yet, and he was beginning to feel a bit shaky. Let's eat first, then I'll tell you the whole story. I hope you like fast food. My goodness, Papa Gino's and McDonald's. Fine dining. Hey, you can get anything on the menu. Either place, my treat. They each grabbed a chicken fillet sandwich and a wilted salad and sat at a booth looking out at the gas pumps in front.
He was just about to visit the men's room when a BMW sedan, this one gray, pulled to a stop in the fire lane in front of the restaurant. Two muscular, stern-faced men jumped from the car.
Amanda, shield your face, but check out those guys.
They look like they were cut from the same cloth as the bloke in Newport. Think they remembered their keys? One of the men circled around to the side door while the other guarded the front. Your cell phone. How old is it?
Brand new. Why?
The new ones have a built-in tracking device, in case of emergency so they can find you. She looked down.
But my phone is off.
Believe it or not, it still tracks. He had just read a law case where the FBI was able to hack into a mafia cell phone and use it as a transmitter, even when the power was off. If the people tracking them had someone working at a cell phone company, someone with access to the company's computers, they could track them using Amanda's cell. They know we're here someplace, but I think they can only track a general location. But they would have no trouble spotting Amanda's white blonde hair. Quick, go to the ladies' room.
Should I lose the phone?
No, not yet. As she circled away from the front entrance to the restrooms, he positioned himself in the middle of the dining area so that he could see both the front and side doors. Fortunately, a tour bus had just pulled in, and the restaurant was packed. The henchman at the side door entered and jabbed at his phone. His partner in the front answered on the first ring before hanging up and dialing another number. While he spoke, he punched at the controls of what looked like a handheld GPS device. Someone was giving him the coordinates of Amanda's phone. The thug scanned the room, probably looking for Amanda, or listening for her British accent. Cam knew he didn't have much time. An employee, probably called suddenly to help at the counter with the tour bus rush, had left a bucket and a mop leaning against a wall near a garbage can. Cam ducked his head and strode over to it. Sometimes the best place to hide was in plain view. Pulling the mop out, he began to clean the floor in short, sweeping motions. He took a deep breath and called out in a loud monotone, imitating as best as he could the voice of someone with a mental impairment. Excuse me, I need to mop the floors. Excuse me." In his path, customers turned away in embarrassment and discomfort as each stroke brought him closer to the restrooms. He called out loudly again, his head down. "Excuse me, I need to mop the floors. Excuse me." He passed within a few feet of the thug by the side door, resisting the urge to splash the man's shoes. A few seconds later, he pulled the wheeled bucket into the small hallway that accessed the restrooms. Rapping on the ladies' room door, he kept his voice loud and flat. Excuse me, I need to mop the floors." He didn't wait for a response, praying that Amanda would not call out. He pushed the door open and closed it quickly behind him. "Damn," he whispered. "No lock." Amanda poked her head out from inside a stall. "If there had been, don't you think I'd have locked you out?" "Good point." He liked that she hadn't panicked. "Quick, give me your phone. Stay here." He stuffed the phone into his pocket, wheeled the mop and bucket back into the dining area, and continued his charade. Excuse me, I need to mop the floors." The operatives were now wandering through the restaurant, inspecting the diners, their faces reddening in frustration. It would not be long before they checked the restrooms. He mopped his way out the front door of the restaurant and, making sure he was out of sight, began sprinting toward the car service area. As he reached the gas pumps, a small dump truck began to pull away. He raced aside the truck, tossed the phone into a pile of bark mulch, and watched it nestle itself deep into its new home. He jogged back toward the service garage and crouched low behind a van parked next to the air hose. His heart pounding in his ears, he peered out. Either the thugs would be monitoring the GPS device and race to follow the now moving beacon, or they were on the verge of crashing through the ladies' room door in search of Amanda. If the latter, there was nothing he could do to help her. Almost involuntarily, he sprinted back toward the restaurant, grabbing the mop for a weapon. It was a careless move, a stupid move that might draw attention to himself even as the henchmen were set to screech off in pursuit of the mulch truck. But he couldn't help himself. He made the mistake of allowing his mind to picture the two men roughing up Amanda, and now his mutinous heart had overruled his brain. "Run!" The organ commanded his legs. and Cam could no sooner stop his limbs from obeying than he could prevent them from reflexively pulling away from the touch of a hot stove. The best his brain could do was convince his eyes to stay focused on the front door and be prepared to duck and hide if the thugs emerged. Thankfully, blessedly even, the ruffians burst through the swinging door. Cam leaned on the mop and turned his face toward the wall of the restaurant. The thugs ran right by, ignoring the dim-witted, mop-wielding janitor. In light of his foolish sprint back to try to save Amanda from the two trained ruffians with a wooden mop, their assessment of him as a dimwit was not far from the truth. "Honest," Cam pleaded, his brown eyes large and expressive. "I was coming back to help you." They had returned to the Subaru, heading north. Amanda was enjoying herself. She sensed that Cam wasn't certain if she was peeved at him. Normally she was a clumsy flirt, especially with American guys who didn't seem to appreciate her sarcasm. But the rash on her face liberated her. He wasn't likely to find her attractive in any event, so she could just be herself and have some fun with it. "Rubbish," she retorted. "You were probably out looking for some harlot to pair up with. You were going to leave me in that loo forever." He laughed. "Like a modern-day Rapunzel. After a few years you could throw your golden locks out of the bathroom window and hope some prince would rescue you." She liked his wit, his ability to banter and verbally joust. "It's a shame I don't know any princes." "Not true." He arched an eyebrow. "You told me I'm a part of the Rex Deus line." Turning in her seat, she made a pretense of sizing him up for the first time. Not too shabby. Handsome. Fit. Sweet. Smart. Not to mention the puppy-dog eyes and an easy smile. Too bad she looked like a swamp monster. At least she hadn't caught him staring at her pus or blisters. "Well, I suppose you'd do in a pinch." "Wow, a ringing endorsement," he laughed. "But kidding aside, I think we need to do something about your hair. It makes it too easy to spot you." She bent over, fished a bottle of hair color out of her shopping bag. "I'm one step ahead of you, just waiting to arrive at a room with a shower." "I guess no more Rapunzel jokes. What color do you have?" "Well, it says brunettes, but my hair is so light it reacts oddly with these dyes. I sported purple hair for a bit in college." "Great, that will make you blend right in." She settled back in her seat. "So what's all this about a law suspension?" They passed a green highway sign. Still a couple 100 miles to Augusta. "It actually starts way back when I was a kid growing up in Andover. I was about 12, and I had this friend. His name was Marty. He was my best friend, who lived down the street." She studied him as he spoke. Even with a goatee, he had a boyish face, eager eyes and a couple of wisps of brown hair that fell over his eyebrows, so it wasn't too difficult to picture him as a youth. Unlike most men in their 30s, he hadn't developed even the hint of jowls or an extra chin. He looked a bit like the boy next door, but with an edge, which made him the boy next door that the girls wanted to sneak into the woods with. We did all the stuff 12-year-old boys do. Played sports, rode our bikes, watched horror movies.
Chased girls, no doubt.
Actually not. That didn't really start for us until a year or two later. That's because I wasn't there.
No doubt.
He smiled. I would have quit both hockey and baseball for you.
No doubt.
So, anyway, the summer after 6th grade, Marty's parents sent him up to a YMCA summer camp in Maine. When he came back, he was different. I guess sullen is the word. This went on for a couple of months, and I started hanging out with him less. But on Halloween we went out together. We thought it would be fun to put on monster masks and jump out of the bushes and scare the little kids. He shook his head. Well, Marty's idea of scaring them was different from mine. He pushed them down, took their candy. He even punched one kid in the stomach. So I told him to stop being a jerk. Well, one thing led to another, and we started fighting. He was bigger than me, but he wasn't very strong. I put him in a headlock until he calmed down. Then I told him I didn't want to be friends anymore, and I ran home.
And?
He blinked a couple of times, rubbing the back of his hand across his brow. And the next morning they found him dead, hanging from a belt in his bedroom. No note, no explanation. Just a young kid who was hurting so much that he wanted to die.
I had no idea.
She reached over, rested her hand on his shoulder.
What a horrid story. You don't blame yourself, do you?
Actually, for years I did. I figured if I had been a better friend. He paused, took a deep breath. Anyway, 20-plus years later, I'm working on this priest sex abuse case, and I'm reading one of these case files, and the guy's talking about being abused at a YMCA summer camp in Maine. And of course, it all just made perfect sense. It was the same camp Marty was at.
And for all that time you blamed yourself for Marty's death,
she whispered. Right. But that's not what pissed me off. What pissed me off is that some animal just sucked Marty's will to live right out of him. He shook his head. And then these maggots covered it up. Let this priest go right on molesting kids even after they knew what was happening. I just don't understand it. I know a lot of good, honest, devoted priests. Why did they allow this to continue?
It wasn't those priests who knew about it, she frowned. Weren't other lawyers at your firm hacked off about representing the church in these cases?
Lawyers have an amazing ability to be self-righteous. They'll spout out stuff about everyone having the constitutional right to an attorney, blah, blah, blah. Well, they're right. Everyone does have that right. And it's important to make sure the poor and the dispossessed and the minorities don't just get railroaded through the court system. But that doesn't mean priests who molest dozens of young kids have the right to have a team of lawyers defend them by attacking the people they molested.
They did that?
It's really the only defense they had. Try to make things so painful and uncomfortable and embarrassing that these guys would just settle. But I couldn't go along with it. Not after what happened to Marty. So I leaked some stuff to the press, internal firm memos that outlined the defense strategy. The judge threatened the reporter with jail time if he didn't give up his source. She crinkled her nose.
And for this you were punished?
He laughed. Well, this goes back to how lawyers take themselves way too seriously. I had one guy say to me in this horrified voice, "But you violated the attorney-client privilege," like it was as bad as what the priests did. Well, yeah, I did. But just because something is against the rules doesn't make it wrong. Just like because something is legal doesn't make it right. I mean, everything the Nazis did was technically legal based on the laws they pushed through. He shook his head. I had a law professor once who used to quote Dickens. Sometimes the law is an ass. She waited for him to continue, but apparently that was the entire story.
Well, I'm afraid I was a bit of an ass myself when I first met you.
Not really, he said, glancing sideways at her. At least not compared to the guy who tried to run me over. She grinned.
Most of the solicitors I know are so serious.
He stared at the highway. I read something once. After God created the world, he made man and woman. Then he reinvented humor to keep the whole thing from collapsing.
And I read once that humor is the shortest distance between two people.
I guess they're really saying the same thing. They rode in silence for a few seconds, each alone with their thoughts. He spoke first. One thing I never asked you is what you thought about the enclosure in the Gendrons' backyard. She didn't think twice about violating the consortium's protocols again. That's quite an interesting site. There are reports of the boat stone going back to 1900. Nobody paid it much attention until the 1960s, when an amateur archaeologist by the name of Glynn stumbled upon it. Glynn consulted with an expert in England, who theorized it was a marker for an encampment site. Nobody recalled which way the arrow originally pointed, so the expert recommended pacing off 184 paces. Remember, the boat stone has the number 184 carved on it. Though, to be fair, some folks don't think the 8 is really an 8, because the top isn't closed. In any event, Glynn did his pacing and found the rectangular stone layout in what at the time was a wooded area. When Glynn returned the next summer to excavate the site, he reported that the enclosure was gone, plowed over to build a home.
As far as I know, that's what everyone has believed since. But it wasn't plowed over. It's still there. I saw it. Yes, she raised an eyebrow. So the question is, why did Glynn report it destroyed? He slapped the steering wheel. Because he found something there he didn't want anyone else to disturb it, or find it. Glynn's report had never made sense to her, until now. So what happened to Glynn? Cam asked. He died soon after. She held up her hand. And before you inquire, I don't know if it was under suspicious circumstances. Well, either way, apparently he took his secret with him. Yes, until Alistair McClovick arrived. And now McClovick is dead also. He pursed his lips. And we still don't know anything about any treasure. Speaking of treasure, did you ever read Treasure Island when you were a lad? Sure, I loved that book. Well, I stumbled upon an interesting theory a few months back. Apparently Robert Louis Stevenson grew up in Scotland, close to Rosslyn Chapel. What's interesting is he chose the name Gunn for the chap who is the only inhabitant of the island in the story. An island that contained a vast buried treasure, an island which he described as an unknown land far to the west. He turned. Gunn, as in Sir James Gunn. Spot on. Spelled the same. And Ben Gunn was left alone with the treasure, same as Sir James. He drummed on the steering wheel. When was Treasure Island written? Late 1800s, well before anyone in the States had heard of the Westford Knight. So the theory is that Stevenson knew about the Sinclair treasure, that Treasure Island was based on the old Sinclair family legends. Amanda smiled. Well, I did some more research. It happens that Robert Louis Stevenson's mother is part of the Sinclair clan. Shaking his head, Cam grinned. Why did I just know you were going to say something like that? As he and Amanda sped north through southern Maine, Cam dialed Brandon's track phone. Hey, Cam. So, how you doing? It's weird. It hurts where my foot used to be. You know, phantom pain. They say I need more rest. They keep threatening to take away my laptop. Well, don't overdo it. He explained who Frank Glynn was. But if you're up to it, I'd like to know when he died, and how. Okay. And I've got a couple of things for you. Polo's called. The BMW is registered to some shell corporation. Nothing but a post office box for an address. He's trying to chase it down. No surprise. What else? Monsignor Marcotte called. Not sure how he found me. My dad talked to him for a long time. He's still waiting for you to call him. Yeah, I've been a bit busy. He explained the incident at the rest area. So someone is definitely tracking us. Could it be this Amanda chick? He whispered. His stomach clenched. I don't think so. He quickly glanced over, tried to study her expression. If she wanted to set him up, she could easily have done so already. For example, when he picked her up after separating in Newport. No, that doesn't add up. Well, who is it then? I don't know. Well, I've been looking at this Oak Island money pit. Cam held the phone so Amanda could listen. The two theories are that it's either a pirate treasure or a Templar treasure. But check this out. The skull and crossbones on the pirate flag, the Jolly Roger? Cam interrupted. Yeah. Well, it's actually a Templar symbol. It's still used in Masonic rituals. Anyway, it turns out that after the Pope outlawed the Templars in the 14th century, a bunch of them became pirates. Pirates? I thought they were religious knights. They were, Brandon agreed, until the Pope arrested and tortured and outlawed them. At that point, what did they have to lose? They had ships and no place to call home. Later, other pirates started using the Jolly Roger because they knew nobody wanted to mess with the Templars. Wait until your dad finds out. He'll probably sue them for trademark infringement. Brandon's spot on, Amanda said as they laughed. The Templars definitely possessed the engineering skills to build a booby-trapped pit like on Oak Island. In some ways, the pit is like the pyramids in Egypt with their water traps. Hard to believe any pirates had the skills to build something so elaborate. But if Templar ships, flying the Jolly Roger, sailed in and its crew dug the money pit, well, that would be consistent with your Native American oral history of pirates constructing it. Now the pirates were involved, too. Cam heard Uncle Peter's voice asking if the aliens would be arriving on the scene soon. But the crazy thing was, it all made sense. Cam put the phone back to his ear. "All right, it's just me again." "Nice accent. She hot?" Brandon asked. "Yeah, as a matter of fact." He barely noticed her rash and blisters anymore. He always seemed to be staring at her eyes or teeth. "What about the Spirit Pond runed stones up in Maine? Learn anything?" "Not much. Most people think they're fake. Some guy named Eric Forsberg from Minnesota is going to be in Fitchburg this week giving a talk about them. He's an expert on the Kingston runestone out in Minnesota. People have been debating whether that's a hoax or not for over a century. This Forsberg guy thinks the Kingston and Spirit Pond stones are related. It's part of some conference run by the New England Antiquities Research Association, NERA. Cam wrote down the conference details. "Thanks, Brandon. Get some rest." He hung up and turned to Amanda. "We were talking about you." "Really?" She arched an eyebrow. "Mind if I open the window a bit? I suddenly feel quite hot." Cam pulled into the dark parking lot of a Motel 6 outside of Augusta around 10:30. "I was thinking it might be better if you stayed in the car," he said to Amanda. "They'll remember your hair. Be honest. You just don't fancy being seen cavorting with Mrs. Frankenstein." He chuckled as he walked to the office area. After the day they'd had, most women, and men for that matter, would be edgy and tense. Amanda was not only making jokes, but ones at her own expense. He paid cash for a pair of rooms with a connecting door. He parked the Subaru around back and handed Amanda a key, shifting awkwardly from one foot to another. What next? A handshake? A wave? Some kind of kiss? She made the decision for him, stepping forward and wrapping her arms around his chest, squeezing him to her. He breathed her in, the same clean floral smell he first noticed in the library. "I'd invite you in," she said, pulling back a bit to look in his eyes, "but I must wash my hair." She held up the bottle of hair dye, smiled, and kissed him on the cheek. "Good night, Cameron, and thanks for a memorable day." Chapter 6. Tuesday. Cam woke a bit before 6 o'clock. He wanted to go for a long run, but settled for 100 push-ups and twice as many sit-ups on the floor of the room. After showering, he wrapped a thin white towel from the rack above the toilet around his waist and walked out of the bathroom. "Good day," a voice rang out, startling him. He held the towel closed with one hand. Amanda was leaning against the edge of the desk, smiling. Her hair was a dark maroon, almost like a burgundy wine. She tossed her locks with a shake of her neck. "What do you think? I'll wash it out again later and lighten it up." "Good idea. You look like something out of an 80s music video." He laughed, thankful his muscles were all tight from his workout. Would she even notice or care? After grabbing his jeans off the end of the bed, he pulled a navy blue jersey from his pack and retreated to the bathroom. "Give me a minute." He dressed, brushed his teeth, and checked his blood sugar levels. "Sorry to be a pain," he said as he emerged from the bathroom, "but I need to have some breakfast." "Of course. I've been known to fancy a few bangers myself." They found a pancake house near the motel and made small talk while they ate. He learned that she grew up as an only child in a middle-class family outside of London. Her father died while she was in high school, and as soon as she went off to college, her mother took up with an aging drummer in a marginally successful rock band. Eventually, her mother sold the family house. Most of the time, she and the drummer were on tour anyway. "He was an okay bloke, but it meant I really had no place, or even family, to come home to on holidays and such. Plus, my mother burned through most of what Dad left, and I was deep in debt from college, just getting on with dead-end jobs. So when the job offer from the consortium happened by, paying as well as it did, I reckoned why not take it?" She looked away. "Not to mention my fiancé thought it was all in good fun to slap me around. I moved out while he was on a business trip. I never said goodbye. And never looked back.
And now, a year later?
I work every weekend, and I'm the lone voice in New England complaining about the sun. And I'm bored out of my bloody mind. She smiled. At least I was until a few days ago.
The Spirit Pond runestones were housed in the town of Hallowell, about a mile from the main state museum in Augusta. Amanda directed Cam to a brick warehouse building in an industrial park on the side of a commercial highway that also housed the State Lottery and Alcoholic Beverages Commission. He parked next to a tractor trailer and scrunched his face.
Why are they kept here? Shouldn't they be on display someplace? Good question. Some bloke in an office made the decision that they're a hoax, so now they're hidden away.
She led him across a cement-floored loading dock, pushed open a door marked Archaeology, and entered a large room lined with file cabinets and old display cases. She gave her name to a middle-aged man with thick glasses and white hair growing from his nose, who guided them to a table tucked amid the clutter in the back of the room. He pointed to 3 shoebox-sized plastic tubs stacked on a table.
There they are. Take as much time as you need.
Cam opened the cover of the first tub.
They're smaller than I thought.
He pulled out a sandstone-colored, triangular-shaped flat slab with foreign lettering, runes, across the top, and a map carved into the main body of the bicycle seat-sized stone. On the reverse side, a series of pictures had been carved. A canoe, a bow and arrow, a fish, a bird, a flower, all apparently depicting objects local to the area.
This is amazing. Why don't more people know about these?
Amanda opened the other 2 plastic cases. From one she removed a pentagonal slab with 10 rows of runes on the front and 6 more on the back. The other contained a slab with yet more runic lettering. Shaking her head, she responded to his question.
It's sad, actually. There's a bunch of these artifacts all across New England. Every time someone finds one, the experts dismiss it as a fake. They say things like, "If it was authentic, don't you reckon we'd find other evidence?" Well, the fact is that there's plenty of other evidence. She shook her head again. But it's all stashed away in plastic tubs like this. God forbid we should let the public decide for themselves.
Salazar pulled the rim of a brown UPS cap low over his forehead and adjusted the fake mustache and beard. Pushing a 2-wheeled trolley through the door marked Archaeology, he called out, "I've got a bunch of boxes for some guy named Gilbert." The middle-aged man in a wheeled office chair turned toward him. "Just leave him there." Salazar nodded, careful not to turn his face directly toward Thorne and the girl, who was no longer blonde. She also had some rash on her face. Thorne didn't seem to care, didn't turn away from her. Salazar touched his own cheeks, still pockmarked from a bad case of acne as a youth. Christina used to make jokes at his expense, especially when she'd been drinking. He wore a beard for a while, but shaved it when she left him. He motioned toward where Thorne was examining 3 sand-colored, book-sized slabs. "I got more of 'em back in the truck, and they're heavy. Sure you don't want me to pile them over against that wall?" "That'd be great, thanks." His orders were to use whatever means necessary to prevent them from continuing their research. Not much ambiguity, no warnings, no more second chances. Too bad. It would have been better if they had simply gone away. They seemed like a nice couple, smiling and laughing together, and they were obviously bright and resourceful. They evaded 2 of Reichmann's men at a rest area yesterday, which made his own Newport debacle look not so bad by comparison. An old special ops buddy had once argued that it was immoral to kill outside of the battlefield. It was a distinction without a difference. Other than in cases of self-defense, all killing was the same, whether on the battlefield or not. War was an attempt by a nation or a tribe or a religious faction to elevate itself at the expense of another. It was about power and wealth. Morality rarely played a part. His Narragansett cousins who protested the Thanksgiving holiday were being silly. Christopher Columbus and the Europeans did not slaughter natives because Europeans were evil. They did so because they were mighty, just as Native Americans had attacked and conquered one another for centuries. Salazar had been ordered to kill McClovick for the same reason he killed an opposing combatant on the battlefield, because McClovick threatened his employer's wealth and power. McClovick had been warned to abandon his search for the treasure and ignored the warning, just as Thorne and the girl had ignored their warning. They were like villagers who chose not to flee as enemy soldiers approached. They could not hardly be surprised to find themselves in the crossfire. As the African proverb stated, when elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers. Of course, this analysis begged the more fundamental question of the morality of killing itself. As a soldier, he had long struggled with the issue, in the end concluding that humans were no different than animals. Some would eat while others starved. Some would rule while others perished. The taking of life was no more evil than an eagle making a meal of a field mouse. The evil derived from the infliction of suffering. When a body died, its soul moved on to the next corporeal being. So long as the body did not suffer, the soul remained healthy. A soul that suffered, however, returned in a wicked form to inflict more suffering. When animals killed, they did so quickly, efficiently. The gratuitous infliction of suffering, not the act of killing, was the true sin. A uniquely human one at that. Thorne and the girl continued to study the artifacts. Just as Salazar had no problem killing to promote his employer's interests, he had no problem disobeying his employer's orders to promote his own. Like Thorne and the girl, he was mere grass under the elephant's feet. Perhaps his little Rosalita could someday be the elephant. Fumbling with some paperwork as he slowly stacked the boxes, he leaned closer and listened as they discussed the mysterious runestones. Cam studied the runic letters inscribed neatly on the stone. If this is a prank, it's pretty elaborate. It's tough to carve stone by hand. Plus, how many people even know what the runic alphabet is? The so-called experts always say that it just takes one prankster. Amanda examined the carvings with a magnifying glass. But again, they're ignoring all the other artifacts around New England. It would actually take a dozen pranksters working over a dozen decades in a dozen different places. The map and the pictures are self-explanatory, but what does the runic inscription say? Nobody is certain. There are no word separators, so the letters all run together. Most folks reckon it's a ship's log describing their journey. How do these relate to the Prince Henry voyage? The dates 1401 and 1402 are encoded on the mapstone using something called the Easter Table, which is the same way the Kensington runestone was dated. Sinclair left the Orkneys in 1398 and traveled to New England in 1399, so the dates make sense. She pointed to a line on the mapstone. This shows the Maine coast, specifically the Popham Beach area, and the arrow points to Vinland, as 2 days' sail to the south. Vinland's earlier than Prince Henry, right? Right. That's the Viking settlement from around the year 1000. But it does tie in. Although Prince Henry lived in Scotland, his mother was a Norse woman, a Viking. He may have possessed some of the old Viking maps of Vinland. So is Vinland actually 2 days' sail to the south? Nobody knows for certain. But there's a small island off of Martha's Vineyard called No Man's Land. It's restricted now. Your military used it for years as a bombing range, and it's full of unexploded ordnance. There's a stone there with a runic carving on it that reads, Leif Erikson, 1001. And another line that some experts translate as Vinland. Makes you wonder whether the island's name derives from Norman's Land or Norseman's Land. Sure seemed possible. In any event, she continued, the stone was originally carved high on a bluff, but it slid down to the water's edge in the late 1800s. Some folks are trying to relocate it into a museum, but Rhonda Blank wrote a letter on behalf of the State Historical Commission opposing it. She claimed moving it might disturb other cultural resources. Amanda rolled her eyes. The stone is offshore and underwater. It's on an island used for decades as target practice for your Navy bombers. What other cultural resources could she possibly be bothered about? Missile casings? This goes back to what you said before. She staked her professional reputation on the absence of pre-Columbus contact. So the last thing she wants is people preserving or studying artifacts that might prove her wrong.
Right. And there are other runestones near Cape Cod.
The Bourne Stone is of interest because we can trace it back to the 1600s.
It sports a carving of a medieval ship similar to the one on the boat stone.
She dug around inside the leather carrying bag and pulled out a photo.
This is a rubbing.
The image next to the footprint on the lower left did look like the boatstone ship. What do the other experts say about this one? Since it was originally found in a Native American church, they say it was carved by your Indians.
He studied it. In the 1600s, the colonists set up praying towns and built churches for Native Americans who had converted to Christianity.
Even if they did have the tools to do it, the ship is medieval. They had to see the ship before they could carve it.
This is what the consortium has been up against for years.
She shook her head. There's another runestone in Narragansett Bay in Rhode Island, and of course we have the Newport Tower. As you Americans say, a lot of smoke for there not to be any fire. And a lot of runes for there not to be any Europeans. He shifted his eyes back to the Spirit Pond stones. Getting back to this map stone, I thought they found archaeological evidence that Vinland was up in Newfoundland, not near Cape Cod. In the 1970s, amateur archaeologists, ignoring the skepticism of the professionals, uncovered a Viking settlement in Lanso Meadows.
There's just one problem with that site. There are no grapes growing that far north.
No grapes, no Vinland. I get it. Sort of a fundamental problem, seeing as they named the settlement after the grapevines, if you ask me. It may be that Lanso Meadows was only a stopover on the way south to the actual Vinland. Getting back to the so-called experts, what do they think of this map? As I said, they ignore it because they assume it must be a hoax. The blinky blank syndrome. Do they have any evidence it's not legit? Nothing specific, no. But it doesn't fit their theory, so they simply dismiss it. Hey, this is interesting. He pointed to the map stone with the arrow indicating Vinland was located 2 days' sail away. If you were drawing a map today, which way would south be? Along the bottom, of course. But this map, based on the contours of the coastline, has south orienting to the right, where you'd expect east to be. Why? Apparently the medieval custom was to put east at the top because east was the direction of both Jerusalem and the Garden of Eden, the world's most important places.
They pondered the information for a few seconds.
Really? Amanda said. In some ways this helps prove the authenticity of the runestones. If they were a forgery or a hoax, the prankster would still have used modern map-making conventions. Right, south would be at the bottom. Even for a hoaxer, it would have been second nature. He continued to study the map. If it's authentic, Vinland would actually be near Martha's Vineyard. Vinland and Vineyard, just like any fourth grader would guess. The Vinland Vineyard connection is actually not that surprising. It's similar to No Man's Land and Norseman's Land. I've learned that these types of coincidences occur so often that they're not really coincidences. The same sites and the same names and the same symbols all keep turning up again and again. It can't be just random. She smiled. In fact, I have a theory about all this if you fancy to hear it. Of course. But let's talk in the car. We should get going. He snapped a few pictures with his digital camera, stepped around a UPS delivery man, and reluctantly left the warehouse. Salazar didn't bother following Thorne and the girl. The tracking device he had attached to the underside of the Subaru's bumper would do the job for him. First he phoned Rosalita, left another message. Hey, big girl, I just wanted to wish you luck in your game today. Try your hardest, and I'm sure you'll do great. And don't forget to use your left foot. Her coach had told the girls that when they went home and kicked the dog to use their left foot because it was good practice. Rosalita didn't get the humor, but Salazar, even as an animal lover, appreciated it. When I come home, we can practice, and you can show me all of your new moves. Oh, and remember to be a good teammate. Tell the other girls they played good, even if they weren't so great, you know? Okay. Bye, honey. Next he phoned Reichman in Buenos Aires. I spent the night questioning desk clerks at hotels along the main turnpike. Then I stayed at a Motel 6 in Bangor, paid cash. Checked out this morning. You mean you lost them again? Reichman spoke English with a thick Spanish accent. No. Your guys at the rest area lost them. I just found them for you. Reichman sighed. Yes, you are correct. He pronounced the S in yes as a Z. Good work tracking them to the motel. They cannot have gone far. The display on Salazar's tracking device showed the Subaru heading north on the main turnpike, back toward the Boston area. The clerk said they were asking for directions to Montreal. My guess is they're heading north. Back in the Subaru, Amanda took a deep breath. Seeing that you're such an expert on American history, what was the first English colony in America? Cam clutched and shifted. Why do I think this is going to be a trick question? Your answer, please. I thought you were going to tell me about names and sites and symbols repeating themselves. Answer the question, solicitor. Okay, Jamestown. Incorrect. Smiling, she made the sound of a buzzer. That was harsh. Actually, you are partly correct. Jamestown is tied with another colony in Maine called the Popham Colony, founded by one George Popham in 1607. It lasted only 1 year before it was abandoned. For perspective, your pilgrims didn't arrive in Plymouth until 1620, 13 years later. He turned to her. Wait, Popham. Didn't you mention something about Popham Beach earlier? Ah, so you were listening. And you are correct. Popham Beach is the area depicted on the map we just viewed. And yes, they are one and the same. So the English settlers just happened to stumble upon Popham Beach, out of the thousands of miles of American coastline? Now we've come again to my theory about too much coincidence. I think a far more likely scenario is that our friend, Mr. Popham, possessed an old map, one that directed him toward a safe harbor with fresh water and perhaps even friendly natives. A map from the Prince Henry voyage. It seemed possible. Okay, where next? I've been pondering that. Drive back toward Westford. There's something I want you to view in Tingsboro. Works for me. Monsignor Marcotte wants to talk to me, and I'd rather do it in person than over the phone. It's not that I don't trust him, but the whole church thing? I guess maybe it is that I don't totally trust him. Really, there's a religious aspect to all of this that I've never looked at very closely. Perhaps he has some insights that'd be helpful. I never met the man, but we've chatted on the phone a few times. He seems to have taken a keen interest in the night, which I've never quite understood. They drove southwest down the main turnpike, crossed into New Hampshire for a few miles, then entered Massachusetts. Actually, we need to make a quick detour, she said. Take this next exit. He nodded. Okay, where to? It's always seemed odd to me that Prince Henry came this far inland. Why? Perhaps the answer is that his native hosts wanted to show him something important. Okay, the more we can learn about Prince Henry, the better. They ate energy bars and dried fruit for lunch as Cam drove, crossing back into New Hampshire. This site is called America's Stonehenge, Amanda said between bites. It used to be called Mystery Hill, but as a tourist site, the new name sounds more ancient. It's comprised of a series of stone chambers and markers and cairns, dating back a few thousand years. Your Native Americans lived on the site, but many experts believe it was built either by ancient Europeans or the Phoenicians. Sorry for my ignorance, but where did the Phoenicians come from exactly? Near present-day Lebanon, approximately 1,000 years before Christ. She directed him off the highway, where they followed the signs to North Salem and America's Stonehenge. After buying tickets in a wooden building that also housed a gift shop and a snack bar, she escorted him along an inclined dirt pathway through the woods to a complex of stone enclosures and formations. They squeezed between neatly placed stone walls into the heart of the complex. This is the sacrificial stone. He crouched and studied the flat trapezoidal stone, about the size of a kitchen table,
It sat 2 feet off the ground on stone supports. Wow. They think this was used for sacrifices? Yes, perhaps human ones. She pointed to a carved channel in the stone running around the perimeter of the trapezoid. This is for the blood to flow out. Very considerate. Wouldn't want to have a messy sacrifice. She smiled. Do you see that stone wall? The head of the sacrificial stone abutted a long, 2-foot-high wall. It's actually the exterior wall of an underground chamber called the Oracle Chamber. She gestured toward a grassy mound behind the wall. A fellow, a priest probably, would hide in the chamber and speak into a stone-lined tube that runs underneath the sacrificial stone, called the speaking tube. The voice would then amplify out the tube under the slab, so it sounded like the sacrificed body was talking. She nodded. All the gods speaking through it. Neat trick, eh? They walked quickly through the site, Amanda pointing things out as they went. Using the main complex as ground zero, that boulder lines up due north. It's called the True North Stone. And that one lines up directly with the sunrise on the summer solstice. That boulder lines up with the sun on the winter solstice. This whole site is a massive astronomical calendar. He shook his head. What a cool place. I wish we had all day to explore. I can't believe I grew up 20 minutes away and didn't know about it. Yes, I'm surprised it's not more popular. Whoever built it, Europeans or Phoenicians or natives, it's a brilliant achievement. That's why I feel so certain the natives would have brought Prince Henry here. Her eyes followed a line of boulders running to the horizon, and so certain he would have been awestruck by it. Chapter 7. An hour after leaving the America's Stonehenge site, Amanda directed Cam to a quiet country road running parallel to the Merrimack River in Tyngsboro. The river, which once powered scores of mills in northern Massachusetts and southern New Hampshire, flowed south from the New Hampshire lakes, then turned east and north, fishhook-like, before emptying into the ocean along the northern Massachusetts coast. Tyngsboro sat at the southern tip of the river, at the bend of the hook. If Prince Henry did come to Westford, he almost certainly traveled along the Merrimack River, she said. From the coast? I believe so. From Newburyport. He came to Westford, then followed the Merrimack north to other rivers before reaching Quebec. Others think he came the other way, traveling down from Lake Montfremagog in Quebec and following the rivers in northern Vermont and New Hampshire to the Merrimack. Either way, there are a number of Templar artifacts in Quebec, around Lake Montfremagog and along the St. Lawrence River. An old map shows how the river system used to be different prior to an earthquake in the late 1600s. Prince Henry could have made the trip without having to portage his boats a great deal. She leaned across him, peered out the driver's side window. He moved his head just enough to keep an eye on the road, but otherwise did not edge away. Here we are, she said. They got out of the car. He scanned the street. No black BMWs, no careening Cadillacs, at least not yet. She pointed across the road. I want to show you a boulder in those woods, and please bring a New Hampshire map. She guided him to a Volkswagen-size boulder, split approximately in half. A shallow trench ringed the boulder like a moat. Some 15 years ago, an archaeologist excavated around the boulder, but he failed to backfill it when he completed his dig, and the boulder's own weight caused it to split. Another so-called expert? She nodded. He didn't find anything in the ground, so he simply left the trench. Archaeologists have a saying, the ground doesn't lie. But sometimes they are so intent on their digs that they ignore items in plain sight, such as the carving on this rock. She began to brush away the leaves and pine needles, revealing a weathered, half-inch-deep groove carved into the stone's surface. Open your map, would you? Let's have a look at the Merrimack River. He did so. Here's its track, she said, winding south through New Hampshire. Then it hooks to the east and north before exiting the ocean. She handed the map back to him, and traced the path of the boulder carving with a stick. See how they match up? Wow, that's pretty accurate. The only detail that's a bit off is that the carving makes it look like the river hooks further north than it really does.
But I think that's because the boulder is round and the artist was trying to carve a two-dimensional map, so some of the curves appear exaggerated. She smiled. Wait until you see this. Climbing atop the rock, she moved to the part of the boulder furthest from the street and brushed away more debris to expose a lobster-shaped indentation in the stone. At the top, on the northern side, 3 finger-like grooves, the lobster head and its 2 claws, protruded from the main part of the hollowed depression. He joined her atop the boulder. Hey, that's Lake Winnipesaukee. Those 3 fingers at the top are the bays. I used to go to summer camp up there. She pointed to another indentation to the west of Winnipesaukee. Recognize that? She asked. Newfound Lake? Maybe Lake Sunapee? I think Newfound. Look, she said, brushing away a few pine needles. Here's the Pemigewasset River, flowing down to join the Winnipesaukee River to form the Merrimack. The carving was extraordinarily accurate, especially if it was as old as it looked, another remarkable artifact, and potentially another piece to the puzzle. He snapped some pictures with his digital camera. So how does it fit with Prince Henry? Well, as I said, he most certainly would have traveled on the Merrimack. She pointed at the bottom of the hook in the river. This is Tingsboro, the closest spot to Westford on the Merrimack. I reckon they carved the map into this boulder so they could find their way. She jumped off the boulder, walked around to the side. Have a look at this. He followed her and examined a television-sized stone on the ground a few feet from the boulder. This chunk fell away when the boulder split. She pointed to a notch in the main rock. See the groove here? It's part of the map. Rubbing at the groove, his finger slid into a hole where the groove ended. He dug the dirt away. Any idea what this is? They both stared at a triangular-shaped hole, rounded at its corners, about the size of a $50. No, I never noticed that before. He took out his pocket knife, dropped to his knees, and dug out more of the dirt. It's about 3 inches deep. Might it be just a quarry hole? She joined him on the ground as he snapped a few pictures. I don't think so. It's not the right shape for a modern drill bit, and it's rough on the inside. A modern drill bit would leave a smooth surface, but it's definitely man-made. Somebody put it here for a reason. They studied the hole for a few seconds, considering its import. Cam acutely aware of Amanda's gentle breathing only a few inches from his cheek. He could happily have stayed here all afternoon, but the world had other ideas. A beige Crown Victoria cruised slowly up the road toward them, visible through the brush separating them from the street. The car braked before continuing past. The tinted front windows were illegal in Massachusetts without a special permit. He tapped Amanda on the arm, gesturing toward the car with his chin. Another car, this one a dark blue Lincoln town car, approached from the other direction. That's it. Let's get out of here. Into the woods? She asked, scrambling to her feet. Yes. They edged away. Something in the back of his mind was bouncing around, forcing itself to the surface of his consciousness, like an air bubble on a deep-water dive. Something about the Boston University Corporate Center they passed just before arriving at the Mapstone site. The bubble burst to the surface. Follow me. He took her hand and they ran deeper into the woods, up an incline, toward the Boston University site. It was now used for corporate training, but the land originally housed the Ting Mansion, built in the late 1600s. According to local legend, the mansion and 4 neighboring houses were interconnected by underground tunnels. The tunnels, which ran down to the Merrimack River, were used by the early settlers to escape Indian raids. While mountain biking through the woods a few years earlier, a fellow rider had shown him the tunnels and related the legend. He peered through the trees, elbowing aside branches as he ran. I think it's back this way, set in a mound. They pushed deeper into the woods. Amanda grabbed his shoulder and pulled him to a stop. Listen, I hear something. They arched their heads, trying to listen between panting breaths. There's someone up ahead. She scrunched her face. Are you certain? I hear them from behind. Great, he grimaced. Guess I better find that tunnel. He visualized the trail map, oriented himself to the map stone, replayed the ride in his mind. Down a long slope across the fall line, past the pond, then a sharp turn. This way. The tunnel opening should be right up here. They pushed ahead, Cam sprinting to a raised mound covered by leaves and dirt and pine needles. He dropped to his knees and used a large branch to prod along the bottom of the raised earth. He hit a hard object and dug some dirt away with his hands, revealing a field stone set into the side of the mound. "Quick, come help me!" They scraped more dirt away, exposing a 2-foot square wall of field stones. "Are they mortared?" she asked. "No," he grunted, muscling the top one off and rolling it aside. A waft of dank, sulphurous air enveloped them, the flatulence of Mother Earth. "Guess it hasn't been open in a long time." They pushed a few more stones aside, Amanda surprising him with her strength. He wondered where the tunnel would lead, or even if it was passable. "We should leave some stones right by to close the hole from the inside," she said. Nodding, he reached out to retrieve the smallest of the stones before freezing in fear. "You're a difficult man to find, Mr. Thorne." Crouching, he spun on his heel and looked up to see Monsignor Marcotte staring down at him, flanked by 4 20-something guys in jeans and rugby shirts. Marcotte wore a long black leather jacket instead of his velvet robe and collar. He looked more like a wise guy than a priest. Cam shut his eyes. The Monsignor. It all made sense. The cleric was the common thread. He had known about the Gendron's problem with McClovick. He had conveniently appeared on the scene just after the Bobcat blew up. He had recommended that Cam contact Amanda. He had been in contact with Lieutenant Poulos. Now somehow he had tracked them here. He played for time, half his mind engaging the Monsignor while the other half searched for an escape plan. "Apparently not difficult enough," he responded, edging closer to Amanda. The Monsignor smiled at Cam and Amanda, motioned to his posse. "Give them room to stand up." He turned to Amanda. His eyes radiated the same serenity and warmth Cam had noticed during their first meeting. "I am sorry we are meeting under such strained circumstances." He held his hands together in front of his crotch like a mourner at a funeral and took a deep breath. "I am sure you both are wondering why unknown men are attempting to abduct or even kill you. Perhaps I can shed some light on this." Cam eyed the tunnel opening. They had successfully removed most of the stones. They could die for it, try to outrun this odious priest and his henchmen, but he had no way to signal Amanda of his plan. And if he went first, there was no way she could fight them off and join him. He glanced at the tunnel a final time, turned away and reached for Amanda's hand. She squeezed his and smiled bravely. Together they faced the Monsignor. "We are returning to St. Catherine's Church. We will talk when we get there," the Monsignor announced. Otherwise, they rode in silence in the Lincoln town car, Cam and Amanda crammed together in the back seat between 2 of the Monsignor's men. Cam forced himself to stay patient. The man to his left, who had been tense and alert as they walked back through the woods, had begun to relax. In fact, he looked no older than a college student. The longer Cam remained calm, the longer it appeared he was not a risk to flee or fight, the more likely he would be to have the element of surprise on his side. If he and Amanda could break away from their captors, he was confident they could outrun them. Again. Unless, of course, the Monsignor chose to chase them with bullets this time. 15 minutes later they pulled into the front driveway of a sprawling, multi-gabbled brownstone church. "Please escort our guests to the basement," the Monsignor ordered. "I will join them there shortly." The 2 young men from the town car ushered them through the massive mahogany front door. As the lead man opened the door with a pair of fingers, its weight perfectly balanced on the hinges, Cam wondered at the audacity of the Monsignor. Not only was he bringing his prisoners to his church, he wasn't even bothering to bring them in a back door. They wound their way around the sanctuary and down some stairs to a windowless, blue-carpeted meeting room with a series of cheap, religious-themed paintings on the walls. The men motioned for them to take seats around a rectangular mahogany table, closed the door, and left them alone. The room smelled of heating oil and was inordinately warm, as if an old furnace was cranking on the other side of one of its walls. "Any chance they left the door unlocked?" Amanda asked. "What's that expression? A snowball's in hell?" "Appropriate." The door opened and Monsignor Marcotte, resplendent again in his green-trimmed velvet robe, entered in and offered a kind smile. "I am aware of what happened to your dog." He bowed his head in sympathy. Cam clenched his fists. Would they suffer a similar fate? "Look, cut the bullshit, all right? You found us, you have us. We know we can't escape. But spare us your whole sympathy act." The Monsignor's brow furrowed, as if he seemed truly surprised by Cam's comment. But Cam wasn't fooled. He had seen the whole lying priest act before. Marcotte stood and paced part way around the table before sitting opposite them. He shook his head slowly. "I am sorry, truly sorry. I owe you both a tremendous apology." He focused his serene, clear blue eyes first on Cam, then on Amanda, and ran his fingers through his well-coiffed gray hair. "You are not my prisoners here." His mouth contorted as if the word tasted rancid on his tongue. "You are free to go at any time." He stood again, walked over to the door, and opened it. "Truly." They exchanged glances. Something didn't add up. "You mean we can leave? Right now?" Cam challenged. "Yes." The Monsignor nodded gravely. "Then why the whole chase through the woods over in Tingsboro?" The cleric sighed. "I have left numerous messages for you, both with your cousin and with Lieutenant Poulos. But you have not returned my calls. I have urgent information for you, and it seemed like tracking you down was the only way to deliver it. We chased you," he shrugged, turning his palms to the sky in exasperation, because you ran from us." "How do you explain this room?" Amanda swept the room with her arm. "I thought you would prefer to meet down here, away from windows and prying eyes. I meant the room as a sanctuary, not a prison. Again, you may leave at any time, but I do hope you stay. We have much to discuss." "So that wasn't you chasing us in Newport, and at the McDonald's?" he asked. The Monsignor shook his head, a distasteful look on his face. "Absolutely not." He wasn't sure what to believe, but why would the priest lie now that he had them in his custody? "So how did you find us?" "One of my parishioners lives in Tingsboro, across the street from the Mapstone. I asked her to call if she saw anyone. When she phoned, I raced over with a few of our youth counselors." Cam glanced at Amanda. She seemed to be thinking the same thing he was. Either the Monsignor was telling the truth, in which case he had gone to a lot of trouble just to have this conversation with them, or he was lying, in which case they were his captors and really had no choice but to listen to him anyway. "So what's this urgent information?" Marcotte brought his hands together as if praying, rested his chin on them as he spoke. "First of all, are you aware I am a theology professor at the College of Holy Cross in Worcester? No? I am fortunate to be able to both minister and pursue my interests in education and history. One of the uncomfortable subjects in academia these days, especially in the theology field, is the study of Templar history." He offered a sheepish shrug. "A colleague of mine likened the study of the Templars to a kind of academic pornography. Everyone is fascinated by the subject, but nobody wants to get caught with their nose in the book." Cam smiled. Not a bad line for a priest. "Having said that, the Templars are a vital part of medieval history. Their impact can't simply be ignored." He smiled at Amanda, then turned back to Cam. "I'm curious, what did Miss Spencer tell you was the treasure the Templars may have brought to the New World?" Cam summarized. Perhaps they brought religious artifacts, perhaps ancient knowledge, perhaps gold and silver, perhaps all three. "If you have something to add, please do." He dropped his hands to the table. "I'm in way over my head here. Everyone but me seems to be an expert in medieval history. I feel like I'm trying to do a crossword puzzle in a language I don't speak." Marcotte smiled. "In fact, I do have something to add. Do you remember the name of the two families identified in the Da Vinci Code as carrying the bloodline of Jesus?" he asked, referring to the popular 2004 novel by Dan Brown, theorizing that Mary Magdalene was the wife of Jesus and bore his children. Amanda shrugged. I read it when it was first released, before I left London. I don't recall the names. Cam didn't remember either. And you haven't reread it since? The cleric asked. No, why? The Monsignor smiled. That explains it. If you had, you would have immediately recognized one of the names. Remember, the book is fiction, but it is based on historical sources. One of the bloodline families was Plantard. He leaned forward in his chair. The other was St. Clair. Sinclair, Amanda whispered, her eyes wide. Cam, I showed you the picture of Sir William's tombstone, Prince Henry's grandfather, the name spelled St. Clair. They anglicized their name when they moved to Scotland, but it's the same family. Wait a second. Cam's neck tingled. Our Prince Henry, who came to America and carved the knight, is part of the Jesus bloodline? Amanda was the first to break the silence that had enveloped the church basement after Cam's comment. I knew there was something the consortium wasn't telling me. The Monsignor smiled kindly. I have a feeling there are a number of things the consortium is hiding. His eyes shifted from Amanda to Cam. From all of us. She frowned. I hadn't even heard of Prince Henry when I read the Da Vinci Code. But I should have made the connection. Don't be hard on yourself. Brown only mentioned the names a couple of times in the book. Most people don't remember them. Without any context, they mean nothing. They're just names. Cam didn't share Amanda's frustration. He never saw this one coming. He simply didn't have enough experience and background in the subject to make these types of connections. On the other hand, the Da Vinci Code was fiction. How do we know the author didn't just come up with the St. Clair name by happenstance? And are you just assuming this Jesus bloodline theory is true? Last I checked, the Vatican wasn't exactly going along with the idea. I think we can all agree that the Vatican responded in the only way it could. Denial, Marcotte said. But for the purposes of understanding the Sinclair family and its history, we need to consider the possibility that the bloodline theory is valid. The Monsignor paused, waiting for disagreement, before continuing. Brown got his ideas from a book published in the 1980s called Holy Blood, Holy Grail. In fact, the authors of that book sued Brown, accused him of stealing their ideas. Anyway, Holy Blood, Holy Grail names the Sinclairs, along with a few other families, as carrying the Jesus bloodline. These families descend from the Merovingians, a dynasty that ruled present-day France and Germany in the 5th through 8th centuries, the Dark Ages. The Merovingians trace their ancestry back to Mary Magdalene, to when she arrived in France after fleeing Jerusalem. For those who believe the Jesus bloodline theory, it's pretty much a given that in medieval times the Sinclair clan was a major branch of the Jesus family tree. You're talking 12 or 13 centuries, Cam countered. The family tree by then would have been a forest. There must have been thousands of Jesus heirs. How can you single out the Sinclairs? You're not thinking in ancient terms. In the Dark Ages and medieval times, royal families were very careful to keep their bloodlines pure. Family trees looked more like vines, circling back on themselves, sometimes even at the risk of choking off life. He stood, retrieved a book off a side table, and opened to a marked page. Here's a quote from Niven Sinclair, modern patriarch of the Sinclair clan. When I was studying our family history, I reached a point when I could almost predict who was going to marry whom. Just as we returned to root stock with our Aberdeen Angus cattle, the Sinclairs did this every third generation. Many marriages were annulled on the grounds of consanguinity, but were restored after paying the church money. In other words, they married their cousins, Amanda said. Correct. And they did so seemingly for a purpose, even against the laws and norms of the day, so the number of direct heirs would actually have been fairly small. As leader of the entire Sinclair clan, it is safe to conclude that Prince Henry carried as much Jesus blood as any man alive. Marcotte took a deep breath. So to sum up, not only do we have the Knights Templars fleeing the church, escaping to America with their treasures, but we have them being led by Prince Henry Sinclair, purportedly heir to the Jesus bloodline. After allowing his words to sink in, the cleric leaned forward and narrowed his eyes. Could it be that one of the things Prince Henry transported was a genealogical record, evidence that Jesus' bloodline lived on in the Sinclair line? Amanda slapped the table.
Yes, that makes perfect sense. If such a record did exist, of course they would be concerned for its safety. The New World would be an ideal spot for Prince Henry to hide it, because nobody else knew how to get here, Cam interjected. The Monsignor nodded.
Exactly. The Church would kill, literally, to suppress such a genealogy, especially during medieval times. And Prince Henry would have gone to great lengths to preserve it because it established his family's holy bloodline. Cam eyed Marcotte. The lawyer in him wanted to slow this down a bit, make sure they weren't getting ahead of themselves. It was one thing for Dan Brown and others to write that Jesus had heirs, but for a priest to be so matter-of-fact about it seemed odd. Monsignor, do you believe the bloodline story? He pressed his hands together, holding them under his chin as if in prayer. After a few seconds he took a deep breath and pulled a folder from his briefcase on the floor. In fact, I do. It would have been highly unusual for Jesus, as a Jewish male and a direct descendant of King David, not to marry and have children at an early age. Wait a second, Cam interrupted. What about the Immaculate Conception? How can Jesus be part of King David's line? How can he be a part of any line? Cam himself didn't believe Jesus was the Son of God, but he wasn't wearing a priest collar. True, the Monsignor smiled. But at the time Jesus was a young man, it was believed he was the son of Mary and Joseph, and therefore part of King David's line. Joseph never denied paternity, so legally Jesus was his son and part of his line. In fact, the book of Matthew traces Jesus' Davidic line through Joseph, while the book of Luke traces it through Mary. His dual Davidic lineage, on both his mother's and father's side, played a large part in Jesus' acceptance by the populace as the Savior. And as I said, the norms of the time would have required a male of royal lineage to marry young and continue his line. Okay, Cam conceded. But you asked me about Jesus' heirs, not his own conception. And I said I believe he did indeed procreate. As a priest, as a man who preaches faith over reason, I would like to believe otherwise. But as a scholar, I have reached a point in my life where I cannot ignore the evidence. For example, Bernard de Clairvaux, a 12th century Cistercian monk and one of the most powerful men in the history of Christendom, referred to Mary Magdalene as the Bride of Christ in his Sermon 57. Amanda interrupted. Wait a second. When I was in grammar school, the nuns all wore wedding rings and referred to themselves as brides of Christ. But nobody took it literally. The Monsignor spread his hands. Of course, but please, I have studied these matters for decades. Bernard did not choose his words lightly. When he said bride, he meant bride in the literal sense. He shrugged. But you are right to be skeptical. Perhaps this will be more convincing. He slid a photograph across the table. This is a stained glass window in Kilmore Church in western Scotland. It was built in 1906, so it's not all that old, but, again, it reflects the traditions and beliefs of the people. The window shows Jesus holding hands with a pregnant Mary Magdalene. Cam studied the window. There was no doubt the bearded, haloed figure was Jesus. How do you know it's Mary Magdalene with him? Cam asked. Long red hair and a green gown. These are historical attributes of Mary Magdalene. Marcotte smiled and spread his hands. Besides, the caption along the bottom says so. Cam squinted. So it does. She clearly has a bun in the oven, Amanda said. Not much room for interpretation there. And their right hands are clasped in the universal symbol of matrimony, the Monsignor concluded. Legend is more historical than fact, because fact tells us about one man, and legend tells us about 1,000,000 men, Cam whispered, recalling the flyer promoting the Westford Knight speech at the library. Amanda looked at him. What was that? Nothing, just something I read. Those that believe in the bloodline, Marcotte continued, believe that Mary gave birth to Jesus' daughter, Sarah, and that they lived in southern France. It is there that the bloodline was nurtured and protected. Even today, the cult of Mary Magdalene is strong in the region. For obvious reasons, the Church rejects the whole Sarah legend. Marcotte slid another image across to them. This is a carving from Royston Cave in England. The cave was a secret Templar meeting spot, and its walls are covered with carvings displaying Templar legend and symbolism. Probably 14th century after they were outlawed. This one shows Jesus, Mary Magdalene, and Sarah. By the way, the name Sarah fittingly means princess in Hebrew. The three figures are surrounded by ancient fertility symbolism. In case the message wasn't already clear, it is apparent that the Templars at least believed in the bloodline theory. They studied the image. "How come this stuff never came out before?" Cam asked. "In fact, it has been debated for centuries among theologians. In the end, I think the local legends and traditions tell the true story. Written history reflects the beliefs or opinions or agenda of the writer. Local legends and tradition are more universal, less malleable. As you said, they tell us the beliefs of millions. They are often the most accurate versions of history." Marcotte faced Amanda. "Getting back to the matter at hand, my guess is that the Jesus bloodline is why the consortium of yours is comprised of so many families that descend from Prince Henry. They not only want to prove their ancestor was first to America, they also want evidence that they descend from Jesus himself."
"They want to locate the genealogy," Amanda breathed. "They reckon Prince Henry buried it in America."
"Exactly. And I believe that as much as the consortium wants to find this genealogy, the Church even more so wants it to remain buried. They have been able to limit the damage done by the Da Vinci Code by dismissing it as pop fiction. But hard evidence, a genealogy, for example, could shake the very foundation of the Church." "Wow," Cam whistled. "So that's our treasure. That's what somebody doesn't want us to find. The Sinclair genealogy. The Jesus bloodline. I would not say for certain, but I think it is a strong possibility. I have made a number of calls to colleagues, both here and abroad." The Monsignor smiled. "You may be surprised to learn that priests gossip like a bunch of old women. And based on what I'm hearing, I believe the people who are making life so miserable for you and Miss Spencer, and who maimed your cousin and killed your dog and murdered Mr. McClovick, are affiliated with an Orthodox faction of the Church." "Opus Dei?" Cam asked. The cleric smiled again. "Despite recent publicity, Opus Dei is not a militant group. I may not agree with much of their orthodoxy, but I don't believe they are capable of this type of paramilitary operation." "So then, whom?" Amanda pushed. "Have you ever heard of the Legions of Jesus?" They shook their heads. "They are Orthodox Catholic clergy based in Latin America. They played a large role in supporting the right-wing dictatorships of people like Pinochet in the late 20th century, and have close ties to many of the paramilitary types still running around Latin America. Mostly they draw support from Catholic business tycoons. Recently they've become active in the U.S. The Monsignor paused. "They also have close ties to certain radical Orthodox factions within the Vatican." Great. Another cabal. Another connection between the Church and fascists. Didn't the Vatican help a lot of Nazis get out of Europe at the end of World War II? Exactly. And it's related to this. Historians call it the rat line, sort of like a perverted version of the Underground Railroad, with the Church hiding Nazis and helping them get to Latin America. The Vatican was afraid of communism spreading, and it thought the Nazis would be a good counterbalance to the communists in Latin America. A lot of the Nazis became advisors to the Latin dictators, helping them with security and military strategy. The ties between the Vatican and the right-wing groups in South America have been strong ever since. They often do the Vatican's dirty work, sometimes without the Vatican even having to ask. Cam swallowed. "You mean we're up against the Vatican?" He stared at the Monsignor, his eyes shifting involuntarily to the priest's collar. "And you're on our side?" "I don't believe the Vatican is directly involved, at least not Vatican leaders, But there are ties between certain Vatican factions and the legions of Jesus. Marcotte spread his hands. Regarding the question of my allegiances, I have wrestled with my place in the Church often over the past few years, especially in light of the priest sex abuse cases. It was difficult to maintain my faith in light of such unchristian behavior by both the priests and the Church hierarchy. But in the end, I still believe the Church does more good than harm, still does the work of Jesus in many parts of the world, still offers faith and comfort and peace to millions of people. He smiled. In many ways, I feel like many Americans disillusioned by our foreign policy. I am embarrassed and disappointed, but I'm not ready to up and move to Canada yet. I feel like I can do more good by staying with the Church, to try to effect change from within. He continued, So regarding things like the possibility of a Jesus bloodline, as a Jesuit and an educator, I don't agree with keeping these types of secrets. He explained that the Jesuit order often took liberal positions that didn't align with the strict teachings of the Vatican. You, Mr. Thorne, saw firsthand in the priest sex abuse scandal what happens when an institution like the Church operates in secret. The Monsignor sighed. In any event, I believe in open, honest discourse. If the Church is built on faulty dogma, let us address it head-on. If Jesus married and had a child, so what? He shook his head. Is the Church so vulnerable, so morally precarious, that it cannot deal honestly with its history? I believe such an exercise would strengthen the Church, allow it to distance itself from the sins of the past, and empower it to perform truly Christian works here, today. Rising to his feet, the Monsignor stared down at them. However, I also realize that you two have found yourselves in a mess not of your own making. If you wish, I can make some calls, try to get word to this paramilitary team that you have called off your search, that you are willing to allow these treasures, whatever they are, to remain buried. Cam studied the Monsignor. Marcotte was a college professor as well as a Monsignor, but was he really that well connected? Perhaps they were wrong to trust him. He seemed to read Cam's thoughts. I understand your suspicions. Remember that 6 degrees of separation theory that went around back in the 90s? That every person on Earth can be linked together through 6 others? Well, in the Catholic religious community, it's more like 3 or 4 degrees. As I said earlier, priests gossip like old women. Everyone knows someone who knows someone. I'm sure I could reach the right people. I think they might be convinced to let you be. You think? We're just supposed to go back home and hope that nobody sneaks in during the middle of the night and covers our face with a pillow? Even if we wanted to give this up, and I'm not sure I'm willing to just let it go, we'd need a better guarantee than that. The Monsignor ran a hand through his hair. Unfortunately, I can make no promises. As I said, this is a sensitive issue for the Church. I am fairly certain that the Vatican does not know where this genealogy is buried, or even if it actually exists, but I do know they are not willing to sit around idly and be surprised by it being found. Before the Internet, there was little risk of anyone putting the pieces of this Prince Henry puzzle together, little chance of anyone actually finding anything. Now, anyone with Internet and a GPS can try to connect the dots and search for treasures. At some point, someone will stumble upon something the Church would prefer to remain buried, such as the genealogy, which is why there are certain factions in the Vatican who believe they can't allow any treasure hunting at all. Witness Mr. McClovick and your cousin Brandon. Cam looked again at Amanda. Her green eyes hardened, and she nodded slightly. Well, even with assurances, which it seems like you can't give, Cam said, I can't just let it go. He had hoped to track down the maggots that attacked Brandon and killed Pegasus, hopefully send them to jail for the rest of their lives. But he couldn't send certain factions in the Vatican to jail. At least, in the sex abuse cases, there had been actual predator priests that could be imprisoned. All he could do here was help expose whatever it was they were trying so hard to keep quiet. Hardly a pound of flesh, but better than just walking away. Especially because just walking away wasn't really an option. He removed Pegasus's collar from his pocket and twined his fingers through it. "These people are out of control. They need to be stopped. And the best way to do it is to expose their dirty little secrets." It's not such a little secret, as you know. What had he gotten himself and Amanda into? He was like the dog chasing the mail truck. What would he do once he caught it? They were doing battle with one of the most powerful entities in world history. "Holy crap," he breathed. "Indeed," said Signor Marcotte. "And you need to be very careful not to step in it." Salazar bowed his head in the empty church, crossed himself out of respect for his mother. To be fair, the Immaculate Conception and Resurrection stories were no more outlandish than many Native American myths. In both cases, it was all about faith, which was why he did not want Gloria immersing Rosalita, young and impressionable, in the well of Catholicism. His Narragansett ancestors had almost been exterminated by followers of Jesus Christ. He himself had witnessed the suffering his employers inflicted in the name of Catholicism, and the Church was nearly medieval in its treatment of women. On the other hand, could 2 billion Christians be wrong? To be safe, he bowed his head and offered a prayer to the Virgin Mary, asking her to intercede and beseech God to forgive his sins. "And if I am not worthy for intercession, I pray you intercede on Rosalita's behalf. She is innocent and pure. Her hands are not stained in blood as mine are." Moving to the vestibule, he phoned Reichman. He had not learned anything in the hour since the priest led Thorne and the girl from the car into the church. Where he took them within the church, and for what purpose, he did not know. But it was best to take credit for this information now, before Reichman learned of it through other sources. "I found Thorne and the girl. They're at St. Catherine's Church in Westford, with a priest. He's wearing a robe, like a Monsignor." "With a priest? I thought you said they were heading north toward Montreal." "They were. Then they turned around." Reichman sighed loudly. "Perhaps it is time for me to leave Argentina." He cleared his throat. "Just so we are clear, Signor Salazar, you are to eliminate Thorne and the girl at the first opportunity." Sitting around the table in the church basement, they debated Cam and Amanda's next move. "I think it's naive for us to assume the legions of Jesus won't find out you were here," Marcotte said. "Too many people saw you. So let's turn it to your advantage a bit." "You're willing to help us?" Cam asked. "I've devoted my life to the church, and I've sworn allegiance to the Holy Father. But I don't believe the Pope knows anything about this. It's like in this country. Sometimes the CIA or the military does things the president would never authorize and has no idea is going on. My allegiance is to the Pope, not some extreme faction, some cabal, operating out on the fringe." "Okay. Thanks. So here's what I propose. I'll send a couple of youth counselors back to the Mapstone site to retrieve your Subaru. Once they return, I'll leave you alone for a moment, and you make a show of slipping out and racing away. Then I'll make a couple of calls that will likely be channeled back to whoever is giving orders to the legions of Jesus." It was a good plan because it hid the fact that Monsignor was helping them. "What will you tell them?" The Monsignor spread his hands. "Why, the truth, of course. That I tracked you down because I was concerned for your safety, that I warned you to abandon this quest, that you refused, and slipped away." He smiled. "And that you're heading to Nova Scotia because you believe the treasures are buried on Oak Island." They weren't going to Oak Island. "That might buy us a day or two. Thanks." Anything involving Nova Scotia makes the church nervous. In addition to the Prince Henry connection, in the early 1600s, Nova Scotia was called Arcadia, later shortened to Acadia. Mary Magdalene, when she first fled Jerusalem, took refuge in the Greek city of Arcadia before heading to France. So Arcadia, historically, is where the bloodline goes to escape persecution and seek sanctuary. The church knows there is great meaning in names. "How do you know the Arcadia name isn't just a coincidence?" Cam asked, not that he believed it himself. "The explorer Verrazano, who coined the Arcadia name, made it clear that it was named after the Greek city. But that doesn't mean the legions of Jesus will just focus all their attention on Nova Scotia, Amanda said. Agreed. Even if there's only a small chance this genealogy exists, the extremists will do anything they can to eliminate any risk. The damage to the church would be cataclysmic. It's not just about doctrine and dogma and church teachings. It's also about credibility and trust. The Vatican has been insisting that the story of Jesus and Mary Magdalene having a child is bunk. If it blows up in their face, their credibility is shot. He lowered his voice. Forget the whole infallibility of the Pope thing. They'll have trouble just getting the parishioners to believe he's not a buffoon, advised by a bunch of charlatans. That's a pretty harsh assessment, Marcotte shrugged. It all goes back to not telling the truth in the first place. You look pretty silly when the world proves you wrong, especially when you're wearing a cloak of infallibility. Chapter 8. Cam and Amanda escaped from Monsignor Marcotte as planned and raced the Subaru north up Route 3 into New Hampshire. At a rest area south of Manchester, they made small talk for a few minutes with a woman working the information desk before asking her for directions to Nova Scotia. Reversing course, they exited the highway and headed south back to Massachusetts on smaller country roads. If the legions of Jesus were as diligent as the Monsignor expected, they would find the information desk employee. He sighed. So do you trust the Monsignor? I suppose so. He had us in his grasp and let us go. He may have a hidden agenda, but I can't imagine what it might be. I agree. For now I'm inclined to trust him. Well, here's another question. Has he reached the correct conclusion? Do you really reckon the Vatican, or even a fanatical faction, is so bothered by the possibility of a genealogy that it would resort to murder? You don't? Cam had no doubt. The Monsignor said it would be cataclysmic for the Church if the Sarah legend is proven to be true. I'm not certain I agree. The Catholic Church is built on faith, not reason. None of it, the conception story, Christ's resurrection, the concept of communion, is rational. Yeah, but let me finish. Since faith is not rational, why should a piece of hard evidence such as a genealogy change people's faith? It would be like attacking a ghost with a butcher knife. Faith and reason exist on separate spiritual planes. I hear what you're saying, and maybe a generation ago you might be right. But the sex abuse scandal really changed things, at least in America. Attendance went way down. More importantly, from the Church's perspective, contributions went way down. Some archdioceses had to declare bankruptcy. People are no longer willing to just blindly accept what the Church says. I don't know, Cameron. There are still tens of millions of active Catholics in the States. Sure there are, but many of them are now questioning the authority of church leaders for the first time, staging sit-ins to prevent church closings, raising money outside of the church structure to support local Catholic causes. I really think that's why the Da Vinci Code was so popular. If it had come out a generation ago, nobody would have paid attention to it. But people today are ready to question institutions like their church and their government. I suppose we'll have to agree to disagree then. You can disagree with me, but I think you'll agree we should defer to Monsignor's judgment on something like this. And he thinks this Legions of Jesus group is after us. She took a deep breath, let it out slowly. I suppose we have no choice but to assume he's correct. I will concede that the Church has been known to brutally counter even mild threats. Relieved to have found some common ground, Cam opened the window and stuck his hand out to check the temperature. Still mild and no sign of rain. At least the weather was cooperating. Sorry to do this, but I don't think we can risk checking into a motel tonight. In order to be credible, Monsignor Marcotte had to give a description of our car and license plate number. How do you feel about camping? It all depends. How many sleeping bags do you have? She arched an eyebrow. He smiled, not sure how to respond, but pleased she wasn't sulking after their disagreement. He was drawn to her, rash and all. Yet the last few days had been surreal and unique, for both of them. He had participated in a psychology experiment in college in which pairs of people of the opposite sex were placed in stressful, dangerous situations. Many of them developed an intense attraction to one another. Apparently, the adrenaline produced by danger caused the same type of physiological changes in body chemistry as did feelings of attraction and love. A shopping mall appeared ahead, saving him from answering the sleeping bag question directly. "We can grab some supplies here." A dozen years ago, heck, a couple of years ago, he would have shared his sleeping bag with Amanda without hesitation. But there was something about her that gave him pause, that made him want to make sure whatever relationship they might end up having rested on a stronger foundation than a shared fear of a Vatican fringe hit squad. While Cam went into the strip mall to purchase supplies, Amanda used his track phone to ring London on Beatrice's secure satellite phone. If she and Cam were going to battle Vatican factions, they would need some aid. Perhaps the consortium could offer it. Cam agreed it was now worth a try. It was early evening here, nearly midnight in England. Beatrice picked up on the first ring.
"Amanda! Are you well? Where have you been? I've been worried sick about you."
"I'm fine. Well, other than nearly being killed by a Vatican fringe paramilitary group."
"Pardon?"
"I know it sounds daft, but it seems we're on the verge of a major discovery involving Prince Henry, and they are intent on stopping us." Beatrice was silent for a few seconds.
"I think, dear, that I need to advise Mr. Babino."
Leopold Babino was the consortium chief, a grandfatherly type who presided over an international shipping empire with thousands of employees. Amanda had only met him a few times. Somehow he always recalled her name. "Very well. Put him on a three-way. I'll ring you back in 5 minutes." She ended the call, took a deep breath, and got out the car to stretch her legs and get some air. She was both exhausted and more alive than she had been in years. While waiting, she gathered the garbage that had accumulated on the floor of the Subaru, mostly wrappings from the energy bars and peanut butter crackers Cam snacked on to maintain his sugar levels. In all likelihood, the diabetes accounted for Cam still being single at 37. Most unmarried men at his age either had commitment issues, were ninnies, or were queer. Cam's only issue seemed to be his diabetes. He had told her that until recently he never expected to live past his 30s. So naturally he dated women like ski racer Heidi, who couldn't commit to a serious relationship. It wasn't as if Amanda was intent on hunting down a husband, but it was nice to have finally met a fellow worth the chase. Humming, she returned from the dumpster, checked her watch, and pushed the redial button on her phone. Beatrice picked up on the first ring. "Amanda, I have Mr. Babino on a three-way." Leopold Babino's tone was kind but grave.
"It appears you have been rather engaged, Miss Spencer."
He cleared his throat.
"Please recount for us your adventures."
She began, describing Cam's meeting with the Gendrons, the explosion that injured Brandon, and the car that tried to run down Cam. "That's when he and I met. I assume you've listened to the tape of our conversation?"
"Yes. Mrs. Yarborough has summarized events until that point, but beyond that, we are in the dark."
"Yes, well, sorry about that."
"Not at all," he said kindly. "But please, do not spare any details."
"First, the phone I have is a device called a track phone. It's an untraceable mobile we purchased in an electronics store. Is there a possibility they could locate us now via the signal?" Babino consulted with someone in the background and returned to the line.
"You are correct to be concerned, but not to worry. You were wise to ring us on the satellite phone. Please continue."
"When I learned that McCulloch had been killed, I didn't believe Cameron Thorne did it. And if he did not, I reckoned eventually he would find his way to Newport to view the tower." She described how someone followed her there, how she and Cam eluded him and escaped again at the highway rest area.
"You are fortunate. I commend your resourcefulness."
"We feared they had tracked us again, but it turned out to be Monsignor Marcotte trying to aid us. He believes this all relates to the Jesus bloodline, that some Vatican fanatics fear we're going to uncover evidence that the story of Sarah is true, a genealogy or some such thing, which is why they're trying to stop us." Babino cleared his throat.
"Yes. We have had periodic contact with the Vatican over the years, and I would say this Monsignor Marcotte is correct in his assessment. Certain Vatican officials are highly concerned about our efforts to validate the Prince Henry legend. They are not opposed to the legend itself, but apparently are afraid of what we might find if we dig too deep, literally and figuratively. I do not know if Prince Henry possessed a genealogy of some kind, but I do know that this is the type of matter the Vatican does not, in fact cannot, take any chances on. They have informed us in no uncertain terms that they will take whatever action is necessary to prevent us from excavating around any of the Prince Henry sites.
That explained the consortium's hesitancy to dig. So that is why I rang you up. I need to understand this all better. I need the consortium's assistance. I've been working for you for over a year, but there are many secrets that haven't been shared with me, information I need to help unravel this mystery. She took a deep breath. For example, why did you conceal from me that Prince Henry was the main heir to the Jesus bloodline? Beatrice responded. As we discussed, dear, the protocols are clear on this. We are a self-selecting group. We do not share knowledge. Knowledge shares itself with us. We did not conceal anything from you. I have no doubt that at some time you would have made the connections yourself. Be patient. A year really is very little time.
Mrs. Yarborough, Babineau interjected, the current circumstances may call for an exception to be made to the protocols. Miss Spencer is in danger, as apparently are some of the Prince Henry sites themselves. I will consult with our senior counsel, but I can tell you this. It may very well be that the Vatican has more to fear even than the confirmation of the Jesus bloodline through Sarah.
More to fear? Amanda repeated.
Yes. He took a deep breath. I cannot give you specific details, but this much I can tell you. You are in grave danger, and you must be extra vigilant and extra careful. When threatened, the Church sometimes forgets the teachings of Jesus Christ.
Beatrice stayed on the line with Babineau after Amanda hung up. Originally, I was concerned about Amanda and the solicitor digging and contaminating an important site, but now I feel the dangers are far more grave. He cleared his throat.
Are you sure you're not overstating things?
There it was again, the implication that she was unstable. The incident with Alberto, blown out of proportion by a bunch of do-gooder academic types, had come back to bite her again. Somehow a simple lover's quarrel had been twisted into accusations she had an unhealthy fixation on Alberto, as if somehow she was the unstable one in their relationship. He had carried on a 6-year affair with her, promising to leave his wife as soon as the children were older, only to instead take up with an archaeology student less than half his age. What did they expect her to do? Invite them over for tea? The man was a louse, without an ounce of honor or dignity. She swallowed. No, I do not believe I am. As you well know, there are certain aspects about Prince Henry's expedition that are best not made public, matters that could sully his reputation forever. This kind of strategic planning was her strength. It had been a game with Alberto, tracking and tormenting him and his little tartlet on visits to restaurants and theaters and weekend trysts. On one occasion she phoned ahead to cancel their lodging reservation on a busy holiday weekend, forcing them to pass the night in his sedan. On another, she snuck into Alberto's office prior to an archaeology lecture on the topic of ancient practices of ritual necrophilia. She slipped an image of Alberto and the tramp, in flagrante delicto, into the slide projection for mid-lecture display. It was the talk of campus for weeks. Students began referring to Alberto as Dr. Death. Harmless shenanigans aside, she was perfectly within her rights to enter his campus flat and retrieve her computer. She could not be blamed for his failure to print out a hard copy of his almost completed treatise and research notes. The computer was hers, as were the floppy disks he used to back up his work. There was no law against deleting files from one's own computer or erasing one's floppies.
Beatrice, we are long away from that scenario. I am more concerned about the safety of Miss Spencer and her companion. They are on the run, in danger. They may need this information to protect themselves.
He was a businessman, not a historian. He did not understand that history needed to be finessed like a modern political campaign.
Few Americans knew that Abraham Lincoln's plan to free the American slaves included exiling all members of what he called the Negro race and resettling them outside United States border.
Few Italians were aware that Christopher Columbus was probably Portuguese or Spanish. Few Argentines realized that Evita Perón used money she raised for the poor to fund her lavish lifestyle. History is not truth. It records not what occurred, but what is remembered. With all respect, sir, I disagree. They are being advised by a Monsignor who is well versed in medieval religious history. Amanda has knowledge of all the sites in and around New England. By all appearances, this Cameron Thorne is quite capable. And now they are aware of the bloodline connection. If you agree to her request, if you break the protocols and share more information with them, well, they could uncover secrets that are best left buried. We dare not risk endangering the legacy of Sir James and Prince Henry. And ruining decades of hard work. Her hard work. Soon after the university strong-armed her into the psychiatric evaluation, which yielded the unhealthy fixation diagnosis, a distant cousin offered her a job with the consortium. She was already a bit of an expert on the exploits of Prince Henry, being a direct descendant on her father's side of Sir James Gunn, Prince Henry's lieutenant and the warrior memorialized by the knight effigy. The position offered a respite from university life and drama, and an opportunity to research Prince Henry, a neglected figure who played a central role in medieval history, from the American side. She took a sabbatical and never returned. In fact, she would be in Westford today were it not for a follow-up psychiatric evaluation a year and a half ago. A random head-trigger spent a couple of hours with her and concluded she had another unhealthy fixation, this time with the knight. The consortium directors, aware of the Alberto episode, recalled her to London. The whole business was nonsense. What did they expect after more than 2 decades of caring for the poor soul, alone and forgotten for centuries on the wrong side of the Atlantic? Of course she would take a personal interest in both his legacy and that of his lord. The truth was they were casting about for an excuse to put her out to pasture in favor of a younger girl who could bat her eyelashes and attract the attention of the simple-minded American news media.
"Wise counsel, Beatrice. Much obliged. I will share it with the other directors."
She said goodbye, but Babineau had already dismissed her. She strode to the kitchen. Orkney leapt to the counter and watched her expectantly. Someone was in Westford, digging for hard evidence of Prince Henry's voyage, while she was stuck an ocean away. The consortium had for years contemplated archaeological digs and excavations, but had delayed and dawdled and vacillated.
"What if we find nothing? Or if the results are unfavorable?"
one director asked. "Would that not undermine our cause?" Another argued that barristers never asked a question of a witness to which they do not already know the answer. "We should not dig until we know what we shall find," he counseled. The position reminded her of the simpleton who refused to enter the water until he first learned how to swim. The consortium had turned conservative, content with the status quo. Well, now the decision was out of their hands. For better or worse, someone else was trying to dig. She snatched a clear plastic pharmacy bottle, wrestled the cap open, and poured the small red pills down the drain. Sir James and Prince Henry needed her, not some chemically lobotomized shell of her former self. Cam had purchased a sleeping bag for Amanda along with other supplies. They now continued south, following the back roads of New Hampshire. "Really now," Amanda began, "Mr. Babineau claims the Vatican may have more to fear than just proof of the Jesus bloodline." "More?" Cam smiled. "What, did Jesus have 2 wives?" She laughed. "I don't know what Babineau was getting at. He said to ring Beatrice tomorrow. Assuming he receives permission from the other council members, she will illuminate the dark corners of this business for us." He considered Babineau's statement, tried to imagine what they might have stumbled upon that could have been worse news for the Vatican. He gave up after a few seconds. He simply didn't know enough about religion or Catholicism or medieval history. "Speaking of tomorrow, what time is Eric Forsberg's lecture?" he asked. Brandon said 4 o'clock. "You've been to these NERA conferences before, right? Is it worth getting there early?" I reckon so. Most of the important sites in New England were uncovered by these nearer folks. They are an interesting lot. As in any group, a few members have some rather unique ideas. Of course, those are the folks who are most interesting. Unique? The pyramids were built by aliens, that type of thing. Oh, that's not bad. I thought you were going to tell me there were people who believe this whole Prince Henry legend. I said unique, she smirked. I didn't say they were lunatics. He kept waiting to find some flaw in this attractive, vivacious woman, but other than the rash, there was nothing. And that was as close to nothing as you could get. He thought about her sleeping bag comment again. At some point tonight, there would be that awkward moment when they would either climb into one bag together or resist doing so. Either way, he didn't expect to get much sleep. He wasn't sure he'd be able to sleep with her resting only a foot or two away, and he definitely wouldn't sleep with her sharing his bag. But the day was beginning to darken, and no amount of apprehension could stop the sun from setting. We only have an hour before dusk, so we should probably find a campsite. He knew of a good mountain biking trail a couple of towns west of Westford that would not take them far out of their way, and was accessible via an old logging road. The cops sometimes patrolled the area on the weekends and during the summer, but they'd have no reason to check on it on a Tuesday night in September. He found the trail and pitched the tent in the fading light while Amanda boiled water and pulled out a handful of pouches of freeze-dried food from his pack. Let's see. Your choices are chicken teriyaki, or chicken teriyaki. I'll have the beef tenderloin. They sat on a log while they ate, their food spread on a blanket in front of them, thankful that the wind kept the mosquitoes away. After a few bites, Amanda stood and reseated herself on a large rock opposite him. I feel like I've spent the last few days looking at your profile, sitting in that car. I fancied seeing you head-on for a change. Phew! I thought it was because I hadn't showered. Actually, you showered this morning. Remember, I barged in on you in your towel. My only regret is that I didn't have a dollar bill to tuck inside. Wow, was that this morning? It feels like a month ago. Do you realize we've only known each other for 3 days? We met Sunday, and today is Tuesday. Let's see, 3 days, that's an acorn anniversary, right? Smiling, he dropped to one knee, reached across and held out an acorn to her. She accepted it gingerly, holding it to her heart with a theatrical flourish of her arms. I'll cherish it forever. The combination of standing to return to his log and her theatrics brought their faces to within inches of each other. Without thinking, he leaned in and kissed her lightly, his heart nearly exploding in his chest as her lips received his. They held the kiss a few seconds, her scent even more intoxicating than her smile. He pulled back only because he began to feel dizzy. Wow, he breathed, dropping back to one knee. Can I have seconds, please? She asked, her neck stretched toward him. Salazar turned away as they kissed. From his vantage point in a tree 100 feet away, he could easily take them out with his assault rifle. Instead, he slipped from his perch and hiked back to his car. They would have to come out of the woods in the morning the same way they went in. And he wasn't going to kill them yet anyway. The map on the boulder in Tingsboro was no doubt an important clue, but he still had no idea where the treasure was buried. Following Cam and Amanda remained his best strategy for finding it. He phoned Reichman, reaching him as he was about to board a plane for Miami en route to Boston. Rosalita had left a message with details about a place he was going to be in. If the mission went well, perhaps Reichman would reward him with a little extra vacation. Have you eliminated them yet, Senor Salazar? No. He was running out of excuses. At some point, Reichman would become suspicious. Then he would have all the vacation he wanted. They left the church, then snuck back in. I assume you don't want me to kill them there. A pause. Very well. You have them under surveillance? Yes. Then tomorrow will do. Salazar reclined to the front seat and closed his eyes, pleased with his decision to leave the woods. He didn't care about the comfort factor, but it would have been in poor taste to sit in the tree and gawk. Cam moved in again,
this time steadying himself better, and kissed Amanda hungrily. She slid off the rock into his arms, and together they slumped onto the blanket, their bodies grinding against each other. This is exactly what was not supposed to happen. He stopped kissing her and instead buried his head in her hair, pulling her close to him, their breaths coming in short, sharp gasps. He needed her help. He needed her as a partner to figure this all out and bring Brandon's and Pegasus's attackers to justice. What if their lovemaking was awkward or unfulfilling? How would they deal with it in the morning? It wasn't like they could just say goodbye and be on their way. They were stuck with each other. Summoning every ounce of willpower, he pulled his body away from hers, kissed her gently on the forehead, and took her hands in his. He sat, pulled her up with him, stared deep into her wide green eyes. He began to speak, found his throat was constricted, smiled, and tried again. "I'm really in trouble here. I think in my entire life there's nothing I'd rather do more than just keep on kissing you, but—" She covered his mouth with her hand gently. "Shush. You don't need to say anything more. I can see it in your eyes." She smiled. "Besides, I'm used to throwing myself at men and being rejected." "Yeah, right." She stood up. "We need chocolate." "Chocolate?" "Yes. If we're going to starve our libidos, we can at least indulge our appetites." She frowned. "Unless it's a problem with your diabetes." "No, chocolate's fine. I just have to tweak my insulin." He smiled ruefully. "Actually, diabetes is the least of my problems right now." Standing, he adjusted his jeans and dug a couple of Snickers bars out of his pack. He sat down heavily on the blanket. "Are you sure this is going to work?" As she tore open the wrapper, she nestled against him. "I'm actually hoping it doesn't." Chapter 9. Wednesday. Somehow they made it through the night in separate sleeping bags, though Cam woke up hourly to peer across at Amanda's sleeping form. Just before dawn he awoke for good and found her asleep, facing him, breathing softly, her fingers interlaced with his. He gently removed his hand, splashed some cold water over his face, and began to prepare breakfast. A few minutes later Amanda soundlessly approached and embraced him tightly. Cam handed her a cup of coffee and a bowl of trail mix. "Hey, your rash is fading." They dropped to the blanket. "A bit. Now I just look like I have a horrid case of acne." "That's what you get from eating all that chocolate." She blew into the cup. "I'd be happy to pass on it tonight." First, they had to make it through the day. "I've been thinking about something. Monsignor Marcotte thinks the Vatican is worried we might find some kind of genealogy that will validate the whole Sarah as daughter of Jesus theory. But if that's the buried treasure, why would McClovick have been looking so hard for it?" She swirled her coffee, as if looking inside for answers. "Assuming the Monsignor is correct, I suppose the simple answer is that the Vatican might be mistaken. Marcotte said they feared we would discover a genealogy, but I don't reckon even they know for certain what is buried." She paused. "And the other possibility is that McClovick planned to ransom the genealogy back to the church." "Makes sense." He stood up. "Either way, we're not going to figure it out sitting in the woods. Once you're done with breakfast, we should hit the road. I want to hear what this Eric Forsberg guy has to say." Amanda dumped her coffee on the ground. "I'm ready when you are." Back in the Subaru, back on the road. This time heading to Fitchburg, an old mill town about 50 miles northwest of Boston out Route 2. It was Wednesday, the first day of the NERA conference. Cam watched as Amanda pulled down the visor and worked to stuff her now burgundy-colored hair under her baseball cap. "I attended the conference last year, and I've likely escorted a number of the NERA members to the night site." "You think they'll recognize you?" "Most folks seem to recall my hair, that and my accent." "Well, just don't talk." "Really, I'm not planning to. And the rash might actually be a blessing." He glanced at a map and made a quick turn, still sticking to the back roads. "What exactly is it this NERA group does?" "The acronym stands for New England Antiquities Research Association. The members explore the woods, looking for rock formations, petroglyphs, and cairns and stone chambers. They're interested in anything that predates the colonists. I know a lot more about this than I did a few days ago, but I don't really feel any closer to figuring out where this treasure, this genealogy, if that's what it is, might be buried. He grabbed the track phone. Which reminds me, I need to call Brandon, see what he's learned and how he's doing. Brandon answered on the first ring. Hey, I don't want to sound like your mother, but you didn't call yesterday. Cam blinked, a wave of guilt washing over him. I didn't? No, shithead, you didn't. Brandon was sitting in a hospital bed with nothing to do but seethe about his fate, and wait for Cam to call in so he could feel a bit useful. He needed to keep that in mind. Wow, sorry about that. I tried once, but we were out of range, he fibbed. Then I was getting chased through the woods. You all right? Yeah, fine. Cam related their encounter with Monsignor Marcotte. He thinks a radical faction of the Vatican is trying to keep us from digging around. Brandon's voice rose. Wait, he thinks the Vatican is behind this? They're the motherfuckers who blew off my leg? Not the Pope himself. Vatican hardliners. It was bad enough when I thought some treasure hunter did it. Brandon was Catholic, though not particularly observant. But the frigging church! His voice trailed off. Apparently they're worried we're going to find some kind of genealogy that proves this whole Da Vinci Code theory is true. So that's what this is all about. He took a deep breath. Well, whatever they're trying to hide, you need to find it. We're trying, buddy. His tone remained somber. Did you say we? Does that mean that chick is still with you? Yeah. Oh. Driving around with someone like Amanda probably sounded pretty good to Brandon right now, even with killers in pursuit. He tried to downplay it. She's pretty much stuck in the car with me until we figure this all out. I think she's getting pretty sick of me. In fact, she may take me out before the Vatican gets another shot at me. Amanda rolled her eyes. Well, whatever, Brandon said, exhaling. Anyway, I've got some interesting stuff for you. As much as my dad keeps trying to tell me it's all bullshit, it's pretty cool. Even he's starting to come around. You mean he thinks we're on the right track? I wouldn't go that far, but he did drive down to check out the Newport Tower yesterday. Annie's been carrying around a big book about the Kensington runestone. Anyway, I've been reading these books from the library. I'm a friggin' expert in Templar history now. There's some pretty intense dudes. Did you know they never bathed, never took off their loincloths? And some of these guys were living in the frickin' desert, sweating their balls off all day. Maybe that's why they're so feared in battle. Huh, good point, Brandon chuckled. Good to hear you're laughing. I know it must be tough. Yeah, well, anyway, do you guys know what this Rex Deus thing is? Amanda told me about it. Something about a bloodline of high priests traced back to Moses' brother. In fact, she tells me I'm part of the line myself. You? No way. Really, my mother is a Cohen. Unfucking believable. A couple of days ago, you were nothing. Now you've got the hot girl and the royal blood. Cam pictured his cousin shaking his head. Well, Brandon continued, did you know that all 9 of the original Knights Templar were part of this Rex Deus bloodline? Amanda leaned into the phone. I did not. The organization I work for is obsessed with the Rex Deus line. A number of the members claim to descend from it. They believe it makes them royalty or something. Brandon snickered. Well, the joke's on them. They won't be so happy when they find out they're probably also related to old Cam here. After stopping for an early lunch, Cam and Amanda reached Fitchburg around noon. They followed Brandon's directions to a hotel just off the highway in a wooded area away from the city's old industrial center. I'm not comfortable leaving the car in the parking lot, he said. They may think we're up in Nova Scotia, but from what the Monsignor said, the Legions of Jesus can afford to have surveillance teams all over New England. I agree. I'm not certain it would occur to a group of paramilitary types from Latin America that we'd be at this conference. They probably have never heard of Nera, but better safe than sorry. He drove past the hotel and found an old dirt road. Thankful for the all-wheel drive and dry weather,
He navigated along the rutted way and hid the Subaru in the brush. After filling a day pack with supplies, they hiked back toward the hotel. "I don't want to miss the Eric Forsberg talk," she said, "but I don't need to be hanging about all day, where some bloke might recognize me." She pointed at a small shopping plaza. "Why don't I pick up some supplies? And your track phone is almost empty of minutes. I'll look for another." He turned to say goodbye, and she met him lip on lip, pulling him tight to her. A car honked in approval as it drove by. After a few seconds, she pulled away and looked earnestly into his eyes, her hand still on his cheek. "You will not be rid of me quite that easily, Cameron Thorne." Grinning, she kissed him quickly again. "Very well, then. It's 1 o'clock now. Shall we meet at, say, 3 at the hotel lobby?" Cam killed the next 2 hours making small talk with the NERA members and thumbing through the dozens of books displayed, most of which covered pre-Columbus exploration. Within this crowd, the prospect of Prince Henry exploring New England in the late 1300s seemed perfectly plausible, almost mundane. Sinclair was just one of many European visitors to our shores over the centuries. One man had an interesting theory that helped explain the unwillingness of people like Rhonda Blank to consider the possibility of pre-Columbus contact. "It's a lot easier to demonize the Europeans when the imperialist Columbus is the target, not some peace-loving explorer from Scotland like Henry Sinclair. So the politically correct folks don't want to find evidence of any contact before Columbus. It would ruin their whole message about the evil European imperialists." Cam once heard a political commentator describe a hot new political figure as a vessel into whom voters poured their hopes and dreams. He was beginning to think of Prince Henry the same way. To the consortium group and other descendants, his fame and glory ran through their veins, added to their prestige and nobility. To the Scottish people, his explorations were heroic, a source of national pride. To treasure hunters like Alistair MacLevick, his travels and cargo were the key to untold wealth. To the enemies of the Vatican, the evidence he left behind debunked the teachings of the Church. To the NERA folks, he was just another link in the chain. And to Cam, he held the answer to the mystery of who maimed his cousin, killed his dog, and tried to splatter him across the pavement. From behind the lectern, blond-haired Eric Forsberg commanded the room. Tall, broad-shouldered, square-jawed, confident. About 40, Cam guessed. In another era, he might have been a Viking chief. Today, according to the program, he was a former Star College hockey player who worked with a forensic geologist named Scott Wolter. Wolter had carved out an expertise for himself in the field of studying and analyzing construction materials, stone, masonry, concrete, to determine structural soundness and integrity. In other words, if a structure failed, for example when Boston's Big Dig tunnel collapsed, Wolter's company tested it to determine why. As a hobby, Wolter used his state-of-the-art instrumentation to study stone carvings and artifacts. Forsberg had joined Wolter's company out of college, worked his way up to partner in the firm, and now shared Wolter's interest in stone artifacts. Forsberg had flown in from Minnesota to discuss the Kensington runestone, specifically its possible relation to artifacts found in New England. He surveyed his audience, stepped out from behind the lectern, and, using a PowerPoint projection to illustrate his points, explained that the Kensington runestone was a tombstone slab inscribed with runic lettering found in Minnesota by a farmer named Olaf Oman in 1898. Long thought to be a hoax, the stone, dated 1362 by the carver, told the tale of a group of Scandinavian explorers who returned from a fishing expedition to their campsite in what is now west-central Minnesota to find 10 of their comrades red with blood and death. "Our firm was brought in as an outside expert to study the stone, to render a scientific opinion," he explained. "As most of you probably know, you can't carbon date a stone because it's not organic, but you can, at a microscopic level, study the weathering patterns of any carvings or inscriptions. Different minerals in a stone will weather and fade away at different rates." He sipped his water. "I won't bore you with the details of our petrographic analysis, but we concluded that the runestone was carved before modern-day settlers arrived." He scanned the room. "Now this becomes a simple question of logic. If the farmer Oman and his contemporaries, who were the first Europeans on the land, didn't carve the stone, Then what are the other possibilities? He smiled. Aliens? Divine intervention? Native Americans fluent in runic language? Of course, the only other possibility, the only logical possibility, is that the stone was carved by a group of Scandinavian explorers, just as it says it was. The audience murmured in agreement as Forsberg pressed on. In my mind, this should have been the end of the debate. But there were still a number of skeptics who questioned our conclusions. Some Scandinavian linguistic experts argued that many of the runes on the stone were not authentic, that they were mistakes made by an amateur hoaxer. Well, I'm a fighter. He grinned. And so is Scott Wolter. We don't like it when people tell us we're idiots, especially when we know we're right. So we found our own expert in runology, a guy named Dick Nielsen. He again sipped his water. The smoking gun in this mystery was the so-called dotted R rune found on the rune stone. As the name suggests, the rune is shaped like a capital R with a dot in the middle of the closed loop. When the stone was first discovered, nobody had ever seen the dotted R rune before, which skeptics argued proved the stone was a hoax. But in 1935, Scandinavian scholars found the dotted R on medieval documents. So the question becomes, if the experts didn't know about the dotted R until 1935, how did it make its way onto the Kensington runestone in 1898? He surveyed the audience. The answer, of course, is that it couldn't have, unless it was put there by a medieval carver. So rather than proving the runestone is a hoax, the dotted R is the smoking gun that proves the carving is a legitimate medieval artifact. Forsberg continued. In addition, the dotted R provides a crucial clue to the identity of the carver. Wolter and Nielsen found the dotted R rune on 14th century grave slabs in Gotland, an island off the coast of Sweden. This tells us that the stone's carver likely came from the Gotland area. He smiled. Or that the same aliens who came to Minnesota also made a stop in Gotland. Forsberg organized his papers, pausing to allow the audience to digest his point. Amanda leaned closer. I've read his reports on this. To me, it's an airtight argument. The science and the linguistics both prove the stone is real, but you still get experts who call it a hoax. Based on what? I mean, is there other evidence he's not sharing? None that I've seen. It reminds me of a comic I read once. I think it was poking fun at the creationist types, you know, the Bible Belt people. But it applies here as well. It went like this. Step 1. Dig hole in ground. Step 2. Insert head into hole. Step 3. Fill hole with sand covering head. Step 4. Wonder why vision is impaired. Laughing, his thoughts turned to Rhonda Blinky Blank and her refusal to open her eyes to these new discoveries. Forsberg continued. The reason for his visit to New England, he explained, was that Wolter and Nielsen had identified the same previously unknown runic letters from the Kensington runestone on the Spirit Pond runestones in Maine. This is strong evidence linking the two stones to each other and to Gotland. He showed a couple of slides, pointed out the specific runes. Cam understood the gist of the presentation, but his brain was now close to full. Like a saturated sponge, he pictured droplets of potentially crucial information dribbling to the ground in his wake as he moved across New England. He turned away from the projection screen for a few seconds and allowed his thoughts to settle and his mind to go blank. The details didn't matter. What mattered was that Forsberg offered hard proof of late 14th century European exploration of North America. And if it happened once, it stood to reason it happened multiple times, especially since Minnesota was far inland. The echo of doubt that had been sounding in the back of his mind over the past few days, the one that sounded a lot like Peter's voice proclaiming there was no hard evidence supporting the Westford Knight legend, had been silenced. Forsberg's case in favor of the Kensington runestone not only opened the door to pre-Columbus exploration, it blew off the hinges. One of his favorite historical anecdotes was of Paul Revere riding through the Massachusetts countryside, pronouncing the British were coming. The Kensington runestone sang a similar song about an earlier group of Europeans. Forsberg continued. In addition to the runic symbols, there are two other fascinating things about the Spirit Pond runestones. He showed a slide of the map stone Cam and Amanda had examined in Maine the day before. First, according to this map, Vinland is along the southern coast of New England, not up in Newfoundland, as many believe. I'll let the Vinland experts debate this, but it seems pretty significant to me." Many heads nodded in agreement. The second interesting thing about these runestones is the dating. Back in the 1970s, archaeologists found a campsite, a wooden longhouse, right along the shore of Spirit Pond near where the runestones were found. They carbon dated the floorboards of the longhouse and came up with a date of 1405, plus or minus a decade or so. But because the Spirit Pond stones were originally thought to be dated as 1010 AD, nobody got too excited about the 1405 date for the floorboards. He paused here and surveyed the room, a subtle signal that he was about to make a key point. But we don't think 1010 AD is the correct date for the rune stones. Using more projections, Forsberg explained how, during medieval times, only priests were educated enough to compute the Christian calendar, which they did by using a special chart called the Easter Table. Forsberg then demonstrated how certain markings on one of the runestones were actually inscriptions that, when applied to the Easter Table, denoted the year 1401. We're pretty confident the 1401 date is the correct one. It works with the Easter Table, and it's consistent with the grammar and style of the runes. Which means the 1405 carbon dating of the Longhouse now becomes incredibly relevant. He surveyed the audience again and smiled. What does it all mean? I'll tell you. It means that some expedition from northern Europe was on the Maine coast in 1401, and they were somehow related to the group that was stranded in Minnesota in 1362. Which also meant the Minnesota and Maine runestones were consistent with the story told in the Zeno narrative, the 16th century Venetian recounting of the Zeno family's navigational exploits. A group of fishermen were lost far to the west of Newfoundland in the 1360s. One of the fishermen escaped and returned to Iceland to tell the tale years later, and in 1398, a Zeno ancestor led Prince Henry Sinclair and his fleet back across the Atlantic using maps provided by this fisherman. But Forsberg wasn't finished. And do you know how we are certain our conclusion is correct? He flashed a new image onto the screen, an X with an extra line branching perpendicularly upward, northwesterly if it were a map, off the midpoint of the upper right limb of the letter. We call this the hooked X. The runologists in Scandinavia had never seen it until we showed it to them. At first they thought it was a mistake, more evidence of a hoax. But I can show you 3 examples of it. He displayed the Kensington runestone, this time with a red arrow photoshopped on to point out the hooked X letter. It's here, on the Kensington stone. He left the image up for a few seconds before projecting 2 more images, both with red arrows showing the hooked X. And on the Spirit Pond stone. And on a boulder in Narragansett Bay, near Newport, called the Narragansett Stone, which is only visible at low tide on a calm day, and even then for only about 20 minutes. Cam wished he had a pause button to slow things down and allow him to process the flood of information, but Forsberg marched along, stepping toward the audience and folding his hands behind his back. So, can anyone tell me how this hooked X, never seen before in Europe, appears on 3 separate stones in North America? He waited, patiently sweeping the room with his eyes. Cam did the same, and noticed the crowd anxiously waiting for Forsberg to continue. Of course, there can only be one logical answer. The runestones must have been carved by the same people, by which I mean the same group or family or order, which means the people who carved the Kensington runestone in Minnesota in 1362 are closely related to the people who carved the Spirit Pond stones in 1401, and then also carved the Narragansett stone. He smiled again. Unless, of course, as the mainstream archaeologists will no doubt tell you, this is all the most elaborate hoax in history. Amanda leaned in again. I still reckon it was the aliens. He squeezed her hand. Flicking off the projector, Forsberg strolled down the center aisle of the meeting room. So, what does it all mean? I will let you figure that out. But my guess is that it has something to do with the Zeno narrative and Prince Henry Sinclair and the Newport Tower. He smiled, slapped himself playfully on the side of his head. Oh, that's right, I forgot. The Zeno narrative is a forgery. And the runestones, Kensington, Spirit Pond, Narragansett are all hoaxes. And the Prince Henry voyage is just a legend, and the Westford Knight is just natural rock striations, and the Newport Tower is a colonial windmill. He paused, surveyed the room. How could it be otherwise, when the archaeologists are so certain nobody was here before Columbus? Cam had given enough presentations to know the difference between polite clapping and sincere approving applause. The former was often nothing more than a gesture of appreciation that the presentation had finally ended, similar to a patient's gratitude when the dentist put his drill away. The latter was what you'd often hear at a concert or ball game, an expression of thanks for entertainment or enjoyment, or, as was the case today, knowledge. Forsberg had enlightened his audience, including Cam and Amanda, and they were thanking him for it. There was really little room for debate on much of what Forsberg had presented. The Kensington runestone was comprised of certain minerals, and they weathered at certain known rates. Short of some staggering 19th century conspiracy involving a team of experts in petrography, runology, religion, and medieval history operating in Scandinavia, Minnesota, and New England, the stone's authenticity was a virtual scientific certainty. Smiling and making small talk, Forsberg made his way out of the meeting room, turned a corner, and pulled out his cell phone. His shirt was wet with sweat. No doubt he would want to go to his room and change and dump his laptop before returning to the conference. "Do you think it'd be worth it to try to talk to this Forsberg guy?" Cam asked. "Absolutely. It sounds as if he's been researching these sites like the pieces of a larger puzzle. He's trying to fit them all together. But it's too dangerous to wait in the lobby for him. I might be seen." The desk clerk wouldn't give them Forsberg's room number, but they learned the nearer group was all on the 3rd floor. Using the track phone, Amanda called the front desk and asked to be connected to Forsberg's room, while Cam wandered the 3rd floor, listening for an unanswered phone. 10 minutes later, they met outside room 332. "This is it," he announced. After moving to the far side of a fire door, Cam peered through the glass at the elevator, waiting for Forsberg. Figuring Forsberg would stick around downstairs to answer questions for a few minutes, Amanda sat on the floor and tried phoning Beatrice and Babineau. She was unavailable, and he was in a meeting and couldn't be disturbed. Probably discussing with the other consortia members how many of their inner secrets they could trust me with. They waited 20 minutes, taking turns with the books Cam purchased, but Forsberg did not appear. Cam began to pace, his nervous energy trumping his patience. "I don't know how those cops do it, on those stakeouts. I'd go crazy with boredom." He walked past the staircase door, stopped at the ice machine, and reversed course. "It's almost 6, right?" "Right, just a few." "Cam, watch out!" He turned in time to see a body hurtling through the air at him, backlit from the light in the stairway landing. He raised his arm to shield the blow, but was too late. The man's shoulder drove into his chest, the impact propelling him through the air like a bowling pin. He crashed to the ground and skidded before crashing a second time into the wall, the weight of his assailant crushing his shoulder into the unyielding surface. His head whiplashed against the wall, his vision momentarily going black. Desperate, he tried to squirm away, ducking low to the ground and spinning, speed his only advantage against the larger, powerfully built man. But his attacker's vice-like grip held him tight. The man grunted, hoisting Cam and flipping him onto his belly before shoving his face into the carpet. He wrenched Cam's arm behind his back. "Hold still, or I'll break your arm." Cam twisted his head, raised his eyes to see Amanda rushing at the assailant, waving a butter knife. "Leave him be!" she ordered, jabbing with the knife. Her face clouded. "Mr. Forsberg?" She lowered the knife. "What in bloody hell are you doing?" Cam felt the tension on his arm ease a bit. "Who are you?" Forsberg panted. "What do you want?" Cam sensed a bit of fear in the man, which seemed strange, given it was Cam's face mashed against the carpet. "What do we want?" Her voice raised an octave. "You're the loon who attacked us, and you're the ones waiting to ambush me outside my door." "Oh, what a bloody mess," she snorted. "We just want to talk to you. Now get off him." "If you want to talk to me, why do you need to lurk outside my door?" "We're not lurking, we're hiding. Someone's following us, so we're just being cautious." She sighed. "That's what we want to talk with you about." Forsberg hesitated, then patted Cam down. Not finding any weapons, he sighed and lifted himself off as Cam rolled to his side. Forsberg reached a large hand down to him. "Sorry about that," he mumbled. Cam took the hand, allowed himself to be yanked to his feet. "Ex-hockey player, huh?" "Yep." "Just my luck." He rubbed his left shoulder, tried to lift his arm, but only could raise it to his chest. "Couldn't you have been on the debate team instead?" Forsberg smiled, gracious in victory. "Well, it wasn't really a fair fight. You never saw me coming." He took a deep breath. "Guess I overreacted a bit. It's just that, well, someone's been following me, making prank calls, that sort of stuff. My wife just got another threatening call this morning, warning me to abandon my Hooked X research. They actually threatened to kill me. I'm getting a bit paranoid. And then I saw you lurking outside my door." Cam decided to trust the man. "Someone's after us also. Like Amanda said, we're trying to stay out of sight." Forsberg smiled again. "Maybe we should start a club." Amanda had a better idea. "Maybe we should just go get ourselves a pint." Chapter 10. They met an hour later at the mostly empty U-shaped bar of a local Outback steakhouse. Amanda, seated between Cam and the blonde-haired Forsberg, ordered a lemonade and a beer and mixed herself a shandy as she listened to them chat about sports. Men in America were identical to men in England. They seemed to bond quickly, almost intimately, over sports and beer and testosterone. Somehow their violent meeting, coupled with Forsberg downplaying his victory, made the connection even stronger. It was similar to the rugby squads that bashed each other's heads in for an afternoon and then retired to a pub together to drink their pain away. The specter of sexual intimacy made it rare for women to participate in this male bonding. Not that she was complaining. She enjoyed the flirtation, the mystery, the sense of discovery and wonder and giddiness in her budding romance with Cam. And as she watched the charismatic Forsberg warm to Cam and his earnest, honest manner, she found herself even more attracted to him, as if her choice was being validated by an independent authority. Forsberg interrupted her musing. "So, Amanda, Cam says you two just met. He must be quite a charmer to convince you to tag along to a conference like this, eh?" Forsberg smiled, his rugged features enhanced by the scar on his square chin and the small chip on his front tooth. An unspoken question lurked beneath the surface inquiry. Setting down her glass, and a bit surprised she had finished almost half of her shandy already, she met Forsberg's steel blue eyes. "Actually, we came specifically to see you, to hear your speech on the Spirit Pond stones." She turned to Cam, who nodded his assent for her to continue. "As I said before, we're in a bit of trouble. We reckoned perhaps you could help." She and Cam alternately recounted the events of the past few weeks, beginning with his first meeting with the Jean Drolls, and ending with their realization that Prince Henry was heir to the Jesus bloodline. "Monsignor Marcotte believes Vatican hardliners are trying to prevent us from discovering some type of genealogy that will prove Jesus and Mary Magdalene produced a baby, Sarah, which, by the way, means princess in Hebrew," she concluded. Forsberg remained silent for a few seconds, sipping his beer. He took a long, deep breath and exhaled slowly. "Wow. What you guys are saying explains a lot, fills in a lot of blanks for me." When he didn't continue, she tilted her head. "Do you care to explain what you mean by that?" Forsberg smiled. "Of course. I just need to digest things for a sec." He took another sip of his beer, ordered another round, and took another deep breath. "Okay, here we go. The speech I gave a couple of hours ago was science. This is what I am. A scientist. I deal in facts and hard evidence. But part of science is the laws of probability. There's too much going on here for this just to be a series of random occurrences. I can't buy that the hooked X on the different runestones is just a coincidence. Nature doesn't work that way. The world doesn't work that way." Cam smiled. "I like that. The world doesn't work that way. That says it all right there. Thanks. Anyway, I'm a scientist, but I'm also a human being, and this whole hooked X thing keeps me up at night, wondering. What does it mean? Why was it used?" He reached for a cocktail napkin, pulled a pen from his blazer pocket, and drew an upside-down V. Throughout history, this has been the symbol for the phallus, the penis, the male member. He drew another V on top of